Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow. The factory must grow.
Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's Monday, and that means it's time for some Factorio, and specifically Factorio Space Exploration and Krastorio². Hello everyone, hello Madman, Tack, Marc, Tristan, Mike, more Persistent, Smurf, and I think that's everyone. If anyone was higher up the list than that, I apologise because I seem to have missed you. No, that looks like everyone. Oh, and Brett and No Guard and Peter on the other side as well. Hello, welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. Right, what are we doing today? Well, last week, let's have a look at what I'm doing first, because I'm an egomaniac and therefore going to talk about myself first, as I do with all the videos. Last week I got the very first of the tier 2 Astro catalogues up and sort of being produced. We've made like 3 of them or something so far. It's definitely not fit. Oh no, it's slightly more than 3. We've made a small handful of them, and these need to be fed up and put. So my first task is going to be getting these loaded into the train, getting the train programmed properly to work with tier 2s of stuff, and bring them up here, and then get everything up here set up to work with tier 2. So that's going to be my first task. The next one is going to be doing basically the same sort of thing for energy science, because Tristan has also been busy, and he's not quite got tier 2 up and running yet, because he's waiting to get a delivery of the material science packs from Mike, but he's moving in the right sort of general direction. So yeah, he's going to also have some of those coming in fairly soon. And then I was going to say the next thing is going to be getting the equivalent from Mike and Marc, but Marc is clearing up all of the messes, as tends to be one of his roles, unfortunately. Sorry about that, Marc. So he's going to be having a look at trying to find better ways to produce power down on Norvis that don't tank our UPS quite as much as it's being tanked at the moment. And also, he's going to be trying to solve that copper problem that's leading to a low density structure problem, that's leading to a belt shortage problem, and just generally an everything shortage problem, because everything uses copper. It's what in my experience, once you get past early game in Factorio, copper is the thing that you use the most of, because it goes into all of the what do you call it? All of the circuits, and you use those for massive quantities for basically everything. Oh yeah, I am a bit off center, aren't I? Thank you for pointing that out. I'm actually technically now I'm off center, but I adjusted for it being off center before, and so when I moved the webcam so that I was in the right place, then I on a full thing, I didn't then adjust the cropping. So there we go. Immer site I can't really comment on, because we haven't got far enough into the game for me to really know about that. So we've got that massive flood of memory cards going back up here that I talked about in yesterday's video, so that's going to be useful going back into the recycling. Yes, Mike is over here. As we saw, he's got the material science packs up and actually being produced. So we have some of these little boxes of fun over here. We just need a station down here to take them away and give them to Tristan, and then an entire system to build to build catalogues out of them up here. So that's going to be his next excitement and next level.
By the way, in your video, you looked at my materials things and went, "Oh, this is a strange collection of modules." Would you care to take a guess at why it is the way it is?
Is it? I was going to say, is it? My first thought was, is it because these machines use enormous amounts of power? But I don't think they use that much, and we've got solar up here, which is relatively cheap. My next guess might be that you've carefully balanced it for the rate that the belts flow at, or the. But then why wouldn't you just have more speed modules and fewer machines?
Mike is very just slam it down. It is power.
Okay,
Because if you look at the power consumption, actually, in fairness, right now it's not too bad. But I remember hearing for the last, I
2
forget how many
megawatts.
weeks, complaints about insufficient power in orbit, and can we slap down another humongous solar array somewhere?
Fair enough.
And so I was
The
there going, you know what? I'll design this with a little bit of
It's a
power
little
for.
bit losing sight of the decimal point, I'm afraid. I mean, I'm not. Don't get me wrong; it's not a bad idea. But all 109 space manufacturers we have between them are using 20 megawatts at the moment, whereas the particle accelerators, 12 of them are using 240 megawatts. So each particle accelerator, even when they're using the absolute minimum amount of power, is using as much power as all of our manufacturers put together. Now, granted, a lot of the manufacturers probably aren't running right now, so it's a slightly unfair
Yeah, I mean,
comparison. But yeah, basically, the amount of power used in space by everything except the particle accelerators is fairly insignificant.
true. And you can just, as you say, carpet down solar panel for
You can,
days, and it's
and
not an
they
issue.
are extra efficient up here in space, and we do have the
True.
third tier of them at the moment. Yes, third tier, because
True.
there's
I
the
mean, I
normal
could
ones,
swap
then there's
every.
the purple ones,
Sorry,
then there's the blue flat ones. These
yeah.
ones, blue flat ones.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I could genuinely swap out every single efficiency module I've got for a speed module. That said, eh,
Yeah,
It's worth leaving it as it is, and then you can upgrade it if we need
exactly.
more.
That's what I was going to say. One of the reasons I build without the
true.
speed modules is so that when later on when I discover that I don't have enough of whatever, I can come in and fix it by just dropping in a load by putting in some speed modules or putting in some bacons.
True. I mean, the thing is that this bank here of it's 8 per side space manufacturers with the current speed rating is they produce fractionally faster than a full belt can take, a full space transport
Yeah.
belt can take. So you're already bandwidth limited. I mean,
So
that said, you could upgrade the belts, etc. So yeah, you could upgrade the whole system.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not for a long time.
not for a very long time. I don't think there are any improved space belts until you get to the deep space transport belts, which are very, very late game tech.
Fair enough. In that case, yeah, it is already in that case maxed out. At which point there's no point in. I mean, I suppose you could use half the machines or something like that. But so what, you know?
Yeah. Has my Twitch? Oh no, it hasn't. I was going to say my Twitch window is frozen. No, it hasn't. It's actually just stream lag, and I hadn't been moving because I was staring at it, going, "Has this frozen?" You have to actually buy the posture checks, Madman, to get for it to count. You can't just say posture check.
Posture check. Posture check.
Yes, we have a massive shortage of copper, but I imagine Mark is already fixing that because he tends to be very efficient about that sort of thing. So probably, I mean, we've got the copper smeltery here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's already put down a blueprint for another one. Although I can't see anything being built. But
No, I have to reroute our filter belt first.
fair enough. So yes, Mark is on the case for that one. Yes, I am indeed going to fix the telescope problem. That's one of the things on my list. Let's have a think. Okay, I think my posture is reasonably okay actually. I'll sit up slightly more, but no, I think I'm basically okay with that. All right, let's have a look at my to-do list. So we have many things in here, and yes, indeed, one of the things that's quite high up on the list is sorting out the thermofluid problem. So in the last stream, I think what did I do? Oh yeah, I made sure there was enough of it in the tanks here, and it was sort of vaguely flowing through. And I think I did something else as well, but I can't remember what it was. But now we still have a problem. There's not remotely enough thermofluid in these whichever pipe it is. Well, any of these pipes. That one's basically empty, as you can see. And I tracked it back and discovered basically it's here. There's plenty in this tank. There's none in this pipe. I need even more of these radiators. So yeah, let's do that first. So that's going to mean I'm going to need another one of these. Let's go in and put that down by hand, because the problem is one of the funny things about this game is that if you put these things at the absolute maximum distance you can put them at, which I can't do there because there's empty space, but that is actually outside its build area, so you can't just drop down another one at the maximum distance without going out and putting it in manually. So we'll do that first. 8, yes, there we go. So it's about there. There, and then we'll zip over and do that by hand, and then we can get the bots to put the rest down, and we can just extend this system across and get the stuff coming through a little bit more quickly. There we go. So some of that, and then I'll paste this one in like that, because that way I don't have to. All right, I I've got my bots turned off so they don't use up all of my this stuff. Now we're going to need power here as well. So how am I doing that generally? Okay, for now, we'll do this until we have power available slightly closer. At least that'll get things up and started. Okay, so now the bots are going to come out and start placing this what do you call it, scaffolding. And so I'll extend it out a bit further over this way as well. Oh, that was the wrong button to press. This is what I meant to not do last time. Put down all of the stuff out of my inventory and then not have any left. But no, we're going to need a lot more radiators. We'll put it in about that far. Is that still within? No, it's outside the building zone range. That's a shame. So it's about there. Is that about right? No. Maybe that'll be enough. We shall see. And the other problem is, do we have enough copper up here and enough low density structures rather to build all of this out? We shall find out. But okay, that should once I extend these out this way, that should fix the lack of thermofluid, or it will help with this, and I can then put in even more if it turns out to need even more. How far away? Mark II radiators are quite a long way. I suppose yes, I could put beacons in. That's true. Yeah, that's probably a good idea actually. All right, let's put in some beacons, because the main problem with these radiator types is that they're really slow. In fact, let's switch back to nav-sat mode. So if I put in beacons along here, beacon. Then if I put them down in this, if I try and squeeze them into a gap down here, they're only going to reach half the radiators. There's no point in putting a row across the top and the bottom. So what I actually want to do then will be to put them along here. If I take out what I could do is I could take out every nth radiator and replace it with a beacon. That's probably going to be the best way to do it for now. So let's do that. So put a beacon in there, and it'll cover those three, and then I'll put a beacon in there, cover that one there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So I'm going to need to replace quite a lot of these with quite a lot of these radiators, but it will speed the whole system up, and I can then sort of copy it further along as well. So overall, this is going to be a worthwhile endeavour, I think.
Tristan, I've got
Hello.
a no path error here from the train you just sent me. Oh, it's not something stupid like the signals are one mark to the 1 point to the right, or to the side of where they need to be.
I'll put the beacons in there. Now, do we have a beacon that's already full of speed modules? Yes, we do. There's one up here. So if I copy.
There's no path to materials testing pack drop. Stations inaccessible from current positions. That's stupid in there.
Down to here.
Let's just see if it can leave.
There we go.
It's not leaving.
Have I got the numbers right? It looks like it. That looks pretty promising to me.
Where's your station? Where are you?
In energy science.
Right. We may have a bit of waiting to do now.
Is that
but
near?
that should fix that.
Where's that near?
Right, let's have a look at these trains now, because this is an interesting part. So down here, right, I need to reroute these belts a little bit. So first thing I want to do is get rid of that.
Got it.
And actually, to be honest, that as well, because we're going to reroute these belts a bit to give space for all of the extra catalogues that are going to come through here. And then we'll put a bit more space fill across there, like that. So I'm going to split these over here and then have them come up, and that means there'll be room for these to come across up here.
Where's he broken it?
Look at where the train is. Oh, the train's still moving.
Oh yeah, Laurence.
I hear people blaming me for stuff.
Yep.
I mean, look at where I've just pinged.
Thoroughly deserved.
I don't take the blame. Well, I mean I didn't put that railway down. The belt was there beforehand. So possibly, but only slightly. Whoever put the rail down didn't check it out properly. Is what I'm going to say.
I mean, I know that I put the rail down, but
and you didn't check it properly. Yes, that's what we're getting at.
all I'm gonna say is that in fairness, I just assumed that some basic standards of construction would be met.
Which,
foolish. In fairness, that is on me. So therefore, chat, I'm going to begin my apology for ruining everything by assuming that people would be diligent in their application of construction,
expect us
even
to
though
do
I know these
diligence,
guys. In fairness, I was getting used to cooperating with Marc and Tristan.
So much abuse. Yeah,
Right,
Mark II
unrelated
radiators
to
are a
this.
long way off. If we, that's not research. Why do I always click on the wrong thing?
Let's
There
say
it
again,
is.
Tristan.
Unrelated to that, that is
Yep.
going to be power packs for trains.
Yeah, we need to wait for
can come.
Mike to build Material Science Pack 4, and for me to build Astro Science Pack 4. But I suspect waiting for Mike to build the Material Science 4 is going to be the most time-consuming part of that. No, I think it can be both abuse and true. The two are not mutually exclusive. Right, so we've gone from running these machines at plus 60% speed to now at plus 180% speed. So it's gone from or in other words, it's gone from 1.6 to 2.8. So that is a significant boost. It's about a bit more than 50%. So it's not too bad. We'll go with that. Right, now let's try and work out what else I've been trying to do at the moment. Because while I'm waiting, I need to wait for this to all get built so that I can put the rest of the belts in properly. Ooh, there's a train going through there at rated knots. So yes, then up here we're going to need to do the same sort of things with the unloading, aren't we? So can I still? Yes, I can still paste that in there. Excellent. And then down here we can tell this one to be enabled when. Actually, what are we doing here? So we're doing when less than 2,000. So this one wants to be when those ones is less than 2,000. Yes, that is a 2, and copy that to there. Both of those will run. There we go. Oh right, yeah. I think the yes, 0.6 has changed a lot of the recipes around. To be honest, I can't remember anything about what it was like, what it was set to before. Isn't there supposed to be a cable going across here? I'm pretty sure that's meant to be linked up. I don't know why it's unlinked at the moment. Let's fix that. So now we have we need to be comparing what's in the. Oh no, we don't. Oh, what have I just undone? Oh, no, we don't. We know that cable isn't supposed to be there. Let's get rid of it again. Because we're just comparing. I wish the game wouldn't scatter cables and stuff like that. Anyway, we're just comparing against what's in the train, not what's in stock. So we don't care about what's in stock. Okay, that's fine. What was the last thing I did? Because I might have just undone it. Because I tried to undo a thing that doesn't count as part of the undo buffer, which is quite annoying. Oh well, probably find it sooner or later. Maybe it's programming these. No, those seem to all be programmed still. Even that one. Yeah. Anyway, we won't worry about that for now. Maybe. Okay, so this is the upside of this is now that when the next train arrives with Astro 1 and Astro 2, we'll be able to switch these over to doing the more complicated recipe and making significantly more of the insights for each train load of stuff that comes in. Then the downside is we're going to have to wait over here until we've got an entire train load's worth, or an entire quarter train's worth, fifth train, whatever, of the Astro 2 catalogues being made and brought up here, and that means I need to speed this up a significant amount. So what I'm going to do here is copy this and put it. I wonder how far do these things reach? If I just copy this much, is it going to be able to reach? No, of course, no, it isn't. Okay, I do need the extra bit on the side here then, if you'll pardon the expression. Oh no, don't do it like that. That isn't the thing. Right, so put one there. You need to do each one individually, don't you? I remember. I should have got the belts as well. Why didn't I get the belts? Never mind. I'll come back and get them in a minute. Okay, that's the end. That's as much room as I've got for them at the moment. So we'll extend that and see how it gets on. Similarly down here, okay, you don't even have your inserters, which is going to be a touch problematic, I think. So we'll do that. Oh no, you need coolants as well. Okay. So we want to put in one of. I've got one of those there already. So pipes like that and that and that and that. Then we can put in the inserters like that. These machines are much smaller, so I'm going to be able to just copy this bit from here and put it in over here like this. And once again, I forgot to pick up the belts, but never mind. I'll do that in a moment. At least putting in a long belt is nice and easy. You can just drag straight across everything. Like that. Okay, technically that's far enough. Right, so there we go. That's a load more telescopes. That's going to get me a lot more of these two particular data thing types. So that should, because of the way I built it, that should just kick in and start working. I mean, granted, it's not going to work very immediately because there's a huge lack of thermofluid. Although, how are we getting on with that? There we go. Actually, it's gone from being about just under 10 to being a bit under 20, so that's an improvement here. We've got a bit more bubbling through along here. This pipe is still empty though, and this pipe is still basically full. Okay, so I think I still need to consider having even more of these across here. So once this all gets built up, then we can add some more in there as well. Oh yeah, power is a good idea. Thank you. I completely forgot. I did completely forget about power. Is there a cunning way I can sneak the power in anywhere else? No, I think I'm just going to have to put these in along the top and bottom of here, like this. And then another one over here, if this ever gets built, which I suspect it's not going to, because if it was, it already would be. So we'll put. How about I put one of these in over here, like that. It's not going to be powered yet, though. That's the biggest problem. But it'll do as a sort of a starting what's the name? I'll put that there to power it. Right, and then along the top here, we're going to need another strip of this to put in power systems. I'm just going to do it that wide because I'm being lazy. Right, there we go. Yes, you're probably right. Yeah, I'm going to need a lot more of these, but I think I'll try and get this one caught up first. I don't know. Not it really makes a lot of difference exactly when I do anything. At the moment, yeah, as you say, we've got 5,000 of it there. But yes, you're right. Once all these kick in, we will then start to actually use the super chill, and it will get churned through very, very quickly. You're not wrong. But as I say, one thing is, where's that one getting powered from? What? Okay, no, it does reach up. Oh, yeah, this isn't going to work. These actually have to be overlapping with the belt. Otherwise you can't get the power all the way up to the top row. That sucks. Ah, remove those. This possibly not my best ever design. Still, it'll work. You know what they say, if it's a stupid idea and it works, it's still a stupid idea, you just got lucky. Right, okay, so that's going to be, yeah, it's going to be part of the way through speeding up Astro 2. How are we doing here? You're not producing fast enough. Okay, so we're going to need more of all of this, so putting a bit more belt along there, and there. And then down here, presumably, yes, we're going to need a load more of this as well. So they're different, somewhat frustratingly, they're different sizes, so I'm going to copy them separately. So we'll do this one first. Like that, and then do this one afterwards. And we've got the same sort of power thing going on down here. I need to space these one apart, or faff around with the rotation. Could I faff around with the rotation?
Chat is asking after your hat.
Oh yes, I've had a hat request. Okay, give me a moment, and I shall. Actually, no, I can reach one from here. There we go. I didn't put it away after the last time I required a hat. So if I put that there like that, and get rid of that, there we go. So I'll need to rotate this. Ooh, I can rotate it while it's still in situ. So I want to put it not there, but there. Because yes, we've still got the warm at the top and the super chill at the bottom. Okay, and then another one. Maybe getting a third one before we need another thing. Can we? Yes, there we go. So that does work. And then if I copy all of this and put it here, then the rotations will be wrong, but I can fix that. Like that, there we go. And that should power everything. So yeah, that one's powering the first two, that one's powering the next ones. And then, yeah, over here. And again, like that. There we go. And because the final one dropped off the end, they are actually all powered. There we go. That'll do. Once all this is built, we'll have a massive boost for all of the inputs along here. If this does ever get built, then we'll be able to put power in across the top there as well. And down here, yeah, we've got some stuff coming through. We'll get there eventually. There isn't a command for a wig because I don't have any. No, yeah, the first two are correct. In fact, they're correct all the way through now. They're not joining in any weird and unpleasant ways that they shouldn't. Might need more of these. But I kind of doubt it. Why is there some scrap on this belt? I mean, I know why. It's because I let some through by mistake. Let's find where my character is and go down and sort that scrap out. It can be a little bit scrappy at times. Not it really matters at this point because the limiting factor isn't that third machine. The limiting factor is the number of machines, number of these X-ray frames coming in. But you know, well, we seem to have lots of the blue ones actually. Maybe I didn't need to put in all of these extra telescopes along there. Anyway, never mind. We've got enough. I could consider removing some of them. They do all seem to be running at the moment, so let's not worry about it too much. Right. I think that might be a sort of top hat. Oh yeah, yes, I do have a couple of top hats. Again, not particularly nice ones. They're all just sort of cheap, fancy dress ones, but I do have one or two. Right, so Astro 2. Speed up Astro 2. Kind of in progress,
Laurence.
but I've tried that.
With a bad Laurence message in Novus Orbit recycling.
Pardon?
what's he done?
I think I need to tweak my volume levels. I can't hear you guys talking.
Someone has dumped uranium ore onto the disposal belt.
Uranium or what?
Yeah. So that'll be the recycling has eventually kicked out a uranium ore. No, it doesn't produce it.
I don't remember dealing with disposing of uranium ore anyway. Which whereabout is it in space or on Norvus?
In space.
Yeah, Norbit.
Oh, it's the contaminated scrap stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 0.1% chance of giving uranium ore, and it
right,
has done.
yes. Okay, so it has finally produced that one uranium ore we've been waiting for.
I do like the way that the alert is automatically assuming it's Lawrence's fault.
I mean, in this case, it was.
I mean, yeah. Balance probabilities and all that.
I was going to say, yeah, that was going to be my first. That was going to be my immediate fix for the problem.
That's just going to chuck it generically into the system, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in a red chest, so if you do delete it, yes.
Yeah.
So at
Why
this
is the
point,
alarm
there's
still
one thing
going
in it.
off?
It doesn't check the chest. It's checking that belt at the end.
It's recycling input is backed up. That's why it's alerting. Okay.
Oh, right.
Gotcha.
You're saying why is it going off?
Yes.
Different alarm.
But where? Oh, it's the batteries. Batteries aren't being charged quickly enough.
Right.
There's
Ah, right,
2100
yeah.
batteries in. In fact, the thing that's charged the storage chest for the batteries is now 37 out of 48 full. So that's nearly that's about 3/4 full.
Where have all the bots gone?
That's a good question.
They're around.
Let me
No, they're all
rephrase that.
just. You've disconnected yourself.
Huh?
I assume.
I don't know if he has. It might just be we've run out. It
no.
might be we've run out of floor, if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, we've run out.
Could be.
If you're waiting for space scaffold, we've run out of it because we don't have any low density structures to make into it. So yeah, we are basically we have no space scaffold because we have no low density structures, and we have no low density structures because we have no copper, and we have no copper because Marc is still in the process of building a new bigger copper providing thing. Thank you for the subs, Levin, much appreciated. So yes, eventually normal service will be resumed, but it will require a rebuilding of the an upgrading of the copper production facility, possibly by upgrading may in this context mean building another one somewhere, and then a long wait while we wait for everything to sort of percolate through. So yeah, we might be a little bit stuck for a while, I'm afraid. Let's have a look at see how
Okay.
Mark's getting on.
Copper's nearly finished.
No path to
I
copper plate pickup near
just
Mark.
have
Near one of,
Yeah, that's probably because the copper station is
this
copper
one
is run out.
here.
No path, you say?
Yeah, look, this one here. This train's sitting here going no path. So I found a problem. I don't know if this was in your. Well, no, it wasn't in your.
yeah, no, it's because I didn't connect the stations yet.
Okay.
So all the other ones are, have no limit, and the ones that are enabled probably have, but don't have a path.
Okay. So have you
Okay,
built
so
a new?
that's a drop.
Oh yeah. So I see something happening over here. No, this is a copper mine being deconstructed. Never mind. I'm just slightly curious as to where the new copper processing is happening, or have you just expanded the existing one?
No, it's a copy and paste of the old one.
Pourquoi? Not pourquoi. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Oh, there it is down here. I found it.
Oh yeah, yes. As on.
So yes, these rails down here not being connected is why that train is whinging. But I think that's probably fair enough. The big question is going to be whether our copper ore supply is going to be able to keep up with this. You might want to put a turny roundy in the railway line.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Okay. All right. Good. Just making sure.
we think Laurence, not Laurence, Mark. Yeah, everyone's the same person. It's fine. But that won't stop us from reminding you constantly,
Yeah,
just
no
to be on the safe side.
Yeah, well, I'd feel a little bit silly if I forgot to remind him, and it turned out he had actually forgotten. Unlikely though that is. Okay, good. Well, so at some point in the not too distant future, we will hopefully have some copper, even if we just don't yet. And then yes, that can percolate over to here, where we can start actually making the low density structures at more than one a day. And then we don't come down here. We've got less than half a train in these. So it's going to be a little while. That's all I'm saying here. It's going to be a little while, because copper basically is always copper is one of those things you always run out of in Factorio, as I was saying earlier. So yeah, never mind. Remove scrap from radio data frame belt. Done that. Astro needs more radiators. Done. Well, I've sort of done that in that I've put in speed modules instead, which is kind of a way of doing it when you don't have, because we appear to not have it. We have a massive shortage of the flooring over here. I'm tempted to go and rip some of this up just so I can get this up and running. I might do that in a minute actually. So how's that getting on? Well, there's now still none in this pipe. Okay. And still none in this tank. So does that mean we're still not running fast enough, or we're just trying to fill up other buffers? So this is now, yeah, this is still in the teens. So apparently that flood of there's bots on the move. I wonder what they're doing. Given that
I've ripped up some scaffolding.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna do the same, but slightly more selfishly, because I want to put down. I'm going to do it by hand, so we can have specific scaffolding being put down for the specific bits I want to get running, so I can get this system working better.
Mike's building a load.
Oh dear.
Be nicking some of mine.
Yeah,
whoa! You've been demanding me produce things for ages. However, this copper mine here is massively unbalanced.
Copper mine? What?
This one here.
I don't see how.
I
don't see the relevance of a copper mine to the amount of
that
flooring we're trying
and
to get
there's
through.
one on the other side. Well, because if you want more copper, it's got to come from somewhere, yeah.
Yes, but we were talking about space scaffolding, and I don't. Or you mining?
Which is where.
Oh, are you mining copper in
Scaffolding
space?
comes from copper. But no.
Yeah, I think you fixed it, Tristan. I think that was you, Tristan, who turned those around.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, that looks like that. Yeah. That's unfortunate. At least it should fix relatively quickly.
And it probably wasn't actually causing a problem because we've had plenty of ore arriving, but now we've got twice as many mines. It may well have caused a problem in due course.
Yeah.
Sorry, twice as many smelteries.
So the hat thing, Peter, is a Twitch command that you can get by spending Twitch crumbs or bit. No, it's not bits. The bits are the other ones, the ones you have to actually pay for. It's a Twitch crumb thing. So
Channel
if you,
points.
channel point. There we go. Channel points, which I've called bagel crumbs because I needed to give them a name. So if you're on Twitch and you've been around for long enough to earn them, then you can start spending them on things. I have to admit I'm not 100% sure exactly how you go about earning them. I think it's sort of through involvement with the
time.
channel. Just
By watching, and every so
Okay.
often it gives you a little loot crate thing you can click to get an extra like 60.
Okay. So
Otherwise
the more you watch
gain-
and the more you get involved, the more you'll earn, and then the more ridiculous things you can ask me to do. Basically.
It's a pretty straightforward system that, yeah, it just sort of generically and loosely encourages participation and rewards, yeah, basically loyalty to the channel.
Which is what sort of thing we
Or
want
any
to
particular
encourage.
channel. We want to encourage people
Oops.
to be loyal to Lawrence's channel.
Definitely.
I'm confused and disoriented.
Is that related to loyalty? Why is that not working?
Sure.
Oh no, I've made a mistake in here as well. Oh, for goodness sake. Get rid of that bit. And actually those two as well, because this is just all wrong. Let's try it again, but with less fail. Right. There we go. Except now, of course, that doesn't fit. So there we go. Do that, and now put it in again like that. There we go. Right. So that's gonna boost all of that a fair bit. Now the problem is, of course, that this has now broken my what do you call it up here, but we can deal with that in a moment. Let's just put that in there. Do I have? I don't have any of these. Is that going to even get placed? Probably not. I still need the power up there. I've unplugged it too soon. Because that's probably maybe actually no, the bots are still coming out here and building things. So if we can get them to come out and put down these substations reasonably quickly before everything else fails, before we have a power failure, this might be okay. But I think we're probably not going to. So let's replace that with that and put one of these in down here. Just to it's linked up to the non-existent power substation there. That's helpful. There we go. Right, now that's actually got power, we can get all this area built up. Okay, so that should be okay. Yeah, so that's fair. Whether you'd rather watch on Twitch or YouTube, I honestly don't mind. At the moment, I'm not trying to drive viewers in either direction in particular. I like the idea that having people watching on both is great. Just use whichever one you prefer. That's absolutely fine. There we go. All right, and now we have the pipes being laid, so we should get a bit more throughput on the thermofluid, but it's still, I don't know. It's again another significant chunk on top of what I had before. The big question is whether it's going to actually be enough. I guess we'll find out over time. As has been pointed out, though, also going to need a load more of the super chill thermofluid. That is trickling down with now approximately none in here. But I'd like to. I kind of. Oh, this is looking promising now. We've caught up on the cold. Excellent. So now we can start filling up this tank down here. And actually, I'm going to remove this pump, because it occurs to me that's kind of wrong. Because we want to be able to feed. We do want to have a buffer here, but also we want to be able to feed through into these systems. And if I get rid of all of those, if I get rid of the if I have a pump in there, then the thermofluid can never flow backwards from here back into here. Now, in theory, once we get to the point where everything is full, that's not a problem. However, we're not at that point yet. We do need to manage our fluid buffers a little bit more carefully than that. So let's try and copy that. What's going on? How is this plumbed together? Okay, all right, that's fine. That does work. So I can go along here, putting these in, and have a bit more super chill thermofluid being produced. Oop, that was not what I meant to do. I meant to do that. There we go. Zooming rather than scrolling through the thing. Right, there we go. That's what'll fit in with the scaffolding I've got placed so far. So I think that's a good starting point. Now we just need to wait for the bots to go. Oh yeah, there's stuff to build, and come over and do it. And then to be fair, they're not doing too bad a job of it. That was zoomed out more than I wanted. Yeah, there we go. Because we've got all the radiators down, and the modules are being brought over, and everything's being filled up and is starting to hopefully starting to run. Have we used up all of the? Is there insufficient throughput down these pipes? There is insufficient throughput down these pipes. I hope that's because we're just filling up buffers in all these radiators I've just slapped down. We'll give it a moment to get hopefully caught up and then see if it's still a problem. And if it is, I might need to have another filler pipe running along here somehow. I don't know. We'll look into that in a minute. Oh, it's because we've run out of thermofluid in here. So we are pumping it through from the station now, I imagine. Yes, but we've used it all up. So having put down a load more of these, we're basically I've pulled all of the thermofluid out of this tank into these pipes and into these additional radiators. So the whole system now requires quite a lot more thermofluid in it. So that's ripped through all of the spare I had, and we now need to wait for another train load to come over from over here, which is going to be a very, very long time because we don't have enough thermofluid being produced. So, although that said, we're at 26,000 in each tank at the moment now. So we are like less than 10,000 thermofluid in total away from calling another train over to come and grab some more. So it's not too bad, as long as nobody else is asking for any. Oh yeah, I forget power again. I can easily believe that. Where is it? I did indeed forget power again, thank you. So let's put that... where do you want to go? You want to go... here, like that, and then, oh, okay, they're directly opposite these ones. That's going to make it slightly easier to line up. One in there, and then one in there, and now I can put these in. Thank you for the reminder, much appreciated. Right, so hopefully that's going to sort all of my thermofluid issues out. Although we do seem to potentially run out of these pipes as well, which might be due to the lack of copper. Everything's due to the lack of copper. No, but yeah, there's a good 600 pieces of scaffolding missing. Those, yeah, we've just run out of everything basically. Even modules. Great. Oh, true. Yes, that's a good point. If I do need to, I could always put in some pumps along here. That's a very good point. Maybe I won't need to, as you say, but I think once we have enough fluid up in the system, maybe we'll be okay. But we'll just have to see how it goes for now. So at the moment, we are still. How are we doing here? Yeah, we've managed to fill this pipe up with the cold thermofluid. So most of the systems are going to be working pretty well. It's just down here that we seem to have a bit of down here we have a shortage. So actually, I think we're at a position where we are okay because we've got, of the ones we're using, the cold coming out here is completely full. The super chilled will fill up from the cold that's buffered in here, and we don't really care about the cool, I don't think, because this is an output, not an input. As in, this is being produced by this science pack. There's nowhere on this area that actually uses the cool stuff. So I think this is probably going to be all right.
Quick question. Given I heard a split-second pause there. Imersite crystals. Have we decommissioned Tajikuten yet?
We have
no,
not.
I'm working on that as well.
No.
That's Mark's next job. No, so Tajikuten is, I mean, it's fixed in inverted commas as discussed, in that it will eventually, given time until the heat death of the universe, probably, then eventually produce enough. Oh no, Mark is doing a proper fix on it. Okay, so we're actually going to get Tajikuten up and running again. So Mark has put in this delivery cannon receiver chest here. So we'll then be able to start shipping in all the bits and pieces in order to make the delivery cannons en masse on site, rather than just making.
But I can't send a rocket with the capsule receiver over there because we don't have low density structures to build the rocket.
Yeah, I was going to say, obvious problem is obvious.
Because being Factorio.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we've got another yak to shave then. Fair enough.
Yeah, I was going to say obvious problem is obvious. There's a missing thing. Okay, no worries. It's my materials testing packs have just stopped their production because no emitter crystals.
So to answer Paul's question, finished level 2 of space science. What's next? Well, that's a good question. It's basically
level 3 of space science.
but which one first? So it depends what
you have each of your 4 players. Make one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say go for Astro, because then you get spaceships, and spaceships are cool. However, if you go for Bio first, then you'll get to do then you can get better productivity modules, and therefore all of the other sciences will be cheaper.
Also
Alternatively,
inherent productivity.
and
for
inherent
research.
productivities as well. Yeah, that's a good point. Alternatively, you could go for material. I can't remember what you get with tier 3 material or tier 3 energy. I think you get the massive pylon substations with tier 3 energy, so that's a good one to get as well. Yeah, it depends whether you want to go for the cool factor of getting spaceships or whether you want to go for the economical factor of getting productivity modules, I'd say. Zucker says
Tier
that if
3
you,
of everything except bio for the beams.
okay. Zucker says doing if you do bio first, your world will become pain, which then sounds interesting.
It's not wrong though. Data cards. Do we have the? I'm going to regret this question instantly. I can just sense it. Do we have blank data card, on the train
Yes.
network
Yeah.
in space? Oh, that's a
Oh.
pleasant surprise. That's
How do you think
infinitely
we've been
better.
making all the science so far?
So, I mean, in fairness, you managed to make all kinds of science so far last week without any of the what are they called? Resources on the train network.
Yeah,
I
we
was
have
kind of
specific.
expecting to
Yeah.
have to.
We have specific plans for that in the future, though, which means that doing it not from the train network makes sense. I mean, I accept that you aren't as familiar with space exploration as the rest of us, so the idea of what's absolutely vital when and where is not quite as inherently burnt into your mind as it is for the rest of us. So yeah.
Yeah, I was still just like, yep, it's going to be hang on. That's
No, the good news is they're really easy. You can just ask for them. Now there aren't an infinite supply of them, so you may find that your first train of them will. Actually, no, we do have quite a lot now, so you might be all right
We've
for
got
a little
loads
while.
now.
Yeah, I'm freeing up some spare scaffolding because I'm not using it at the moment.
Thank you. Can I request that people don't quickly take it because we desperately need some for recycling?
Okay, so I shall carry on
Given
freeing some up
this.
because there's quite a bit over here that I've slapped down and
So what are we not
don't really need.
taking instantly because I wasn't listening.
Scaffolding.
Oh right. I will not request more.
I'm just going around doing a little bit of trimming around some of my stations that
Yeah.
didn't need all of what they had.
Yeah, right.
Now some of this
Feel
is going
free to strip down bio as well because I won't be working on that this stream.
I've removed a load from energy because we had plenty before.
There's a
Don't
lot of
anymore.
spare in the bottom ends of cloud storage.
Yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, it's a big old area, so that'll help quite a bit. That's true. You can indeed, Madman. You're quite right. I was aware of that. I just but had ignored it for the time being. Yes, it would have been a sensible way to do it. Yes, as you see, I could make a deconstruction plan that will do. I could in fact just drag over my entire space station, and it will pull up any that doesn't have anything on it. But then I'd end up with all the weird gaps between underground pipes and underground belts that I don't like because it weirds me out. Oh yeah, yes, the space elevator is a very important one. It was more of a sort of question. I think the question was more about which science pack to go for next. And if you've got tier 2 of each, can you get elevators, or does that require tier 3 of something? I forget.
Nope, tier 2's the highest.
Okay.
Tier 2 material, tier 1 energy, tier 1 Astro.
So yeah, Paul should be able to get that. You shouldn't have a 0% threat moon that has vitamelange on it. It just shouldn't happen. You're not the game is
You get 3%, I think.
You can get very low ones, but I mean there's still biter meteors and still chances of biters. Ooh, all these are going through. Have we? Why are these stopped? What have I run out of? Oh, we've run out of beryllium. Okay, that's brilliant.
Yes, I've boosted it. Because the energy Astro Science wasn't running because of it.
Yeah, okay.
So I boosted the number of machines making ingots.
Oh, I see. Yes. Was that the limiting factor?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this
I haven't yet checked. It seems to be keeping up still. So
it does. Yeah.
Okay.
As I think I've said before, this area is rather desperate for a rebuild to make the to beacon everything. Although actually a lot of these machines are running without productivity modules, so they'll run reasonably quickly.
Yeah, you ran out.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I came out here to put down a quick and dirty starter thing before we even had beacons. So it's a little limited, and at some point someone will have to go out there and improve it, and that might actually be me if I get to the if I run out of other things to do. Okay, so that's okay. So this is all stopped because of the lack of beryllium. Never mind. Astro 2 and Science Park, I've done a bit of that. Remove scrap from radio data frame, but did that. Astro needs more radiators, did that. Stack inserters for petroleum gas barreling in big oil. Oh, right, yes. That's down on Norvis. And that was one of the things I think I probably talked about in the video. Where's big oil? It's over here somewhere. Here we go. This one. So it occurred to me that actually if I just replace these, if I upgrade these two inserters, particularly those two, if I just do all three of them, if I do that, then we'll be able to chuck the barrels in here a bit more quickly. We won't get this red flicker on the light here, and that will slightly increase the amount of petroleum being shipped up. So that's a nice, quick and easy improvement there. Rocket parts are low. We probably know about that. Energy 2 catalogues to science. I don't know quite where Tristan's got to on that one. I could go in and program his train. I don't know if it's really necessary yet.
Train is basically programmed. Oh, it's.
Okay,
I need to
cool.
remove the limit on it because they were red before.
Right.
Now they're not. So now it's loading.
Oh, here's another thing that's worth doing. I'm just going to carry on working through my list of things I noticed that could do with fixing. So yes, up here somewhere. Yeah, this copper. We would like to. Oh yes, it wasn't that priority. It was down here. So we've got these machines over here running whenever there's less than 1,000 copper in there. So I want this belt to run whenever there's less than 3,000 copper in there, so that we use this one by preference, because this is already up here. It doesn't need transporting, and it'll save it from getting loaded up into the station here into this train. So instead, if we just dump this straight in here and use this as a preference, and then top it up with stuff from the ingots over here whenever we need it, then that should make things a little bit fast, a little bit more efficient, basically, and use that copper up nicely.
Sorry, I sense I missed a thing somewhere. How do we feel about trimming, for example, from here, the space scaffold?
Yeah, we can do. There is quite a lot of spare around here, isn't there? All right, I'll make a deconstruction planner for that.
No, it's all right. I'm game to just go through and do.
Okay, you can set one up. If you set one up that just does space scaffolding, you can just drag it over everything, and it'll pick up all of the spare stuff, and you don't have to worry about avoiding buildings manually.
So as a note, we do have plenty at the moment. Our limitation is construction bots.
Oh, okay. So we've got to the point
Because
where
we've been deconstructing
enough,
so much,
and we're not.
They're all distracted deconstructing rather than building.
Right. Okay.
That's fair enough. I mean, in that case, maybe hold it in reserve for later.
Yeah, don't deconstruct it now because they still won't build anything because they're deconstructing.
Yeah, and this can then be used as an emergency supply later on.
What's it called? Space platform?
Space scaffolding.
Am I going blind? Can I?
We have 700.
Probably.
I'm trying to put the thing into a deconstruction kind of filter.
So floor tiles are different.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Teuton. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think space escalator, very good, no guard. You can still, yes. I can't remember which particular temporary solution was the permanent one this time, but yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know. We haven't actually used the space elevator yet. We are definitely looking forward to using it because I think it is going to make things much, much nicer and better and generally be a huge improvement for us. Because sending stuff up by rocket is expensive in rocket parts and expensive in fuel, very expensive in fuel. And sending up stuff up from spaceship to orbit by spaceship is also incredibly expensive in fuel. And unless a space elevator is only expensive in elevator rope, and we don't know how expensive that's going to be and how to make that as yet. But we're looking forward to finding out. Oh, the Brilliant one is, yes, that was it was, I don't know, it's definitely not going to be, it's not going to be permanent because there's no way, even though it was a temporary system, it's not going to be permanent because there's no way it's fast enough. So somebody is definitely going to go out there and upgrade it at some point, and it may well end up being me. We shall see. So here we have the comedy robot confusing system of putting the scaffolding into the top yellow warehouse here. It then rattles all the way down to more or less to the bottom, and then the bots can come over and take it out of there. However, the confusing part comes because it will always be in it'll be in these red chests all the way down there, and the bot's going to go, oh, I'll go and get it from this one. Oh wait, it's gone. Oh, I'll get it from this one. Oh, it's gone. I'll get it from this one. Oh, it's gone. Until they can eventually grab it from down here. So what we should probably actually be doing is making these chests into green ones and having them do some requesting as well. But never mind. This is just, I mean, this sort of thing isn't normal behavior for the base, because normally you put the scaffolding down and it stays down. You don't normally have hundreds of pieces of it being picked up, brought back over, and then sort of whatevered. And the bots are very, very confused by all of this. Although they do seem to now be... Oh, they're deconstructing over here as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I've unmarked some areas.
Yeah, I can tell.
Just
so we have 2,202 construction bots, but they're all busy. They're all just carrying this nonsense around at the moment. Good. We could replace all of these with normal warehouses. That's very, very true. The thing is, though, we might want to be able to summon stuff like assembly machines. We might want to be we'll want to be able to build with those, for example, or I don't know what else. Most of this stuff is probably nonsense that wouldn't really, you never know. You might occasionally want to request some of this, like rocket fuel, those sort of things. You might occasionally want to request some of those. So making them all into red chests in theory makes sense, but at the moment, because we're having all of this pass through going on, it's a little bit silly. I won't deny it. Yes. More cooling thermofluid for energy. Oh yes, energy science. Oh, you put in more radiators. Okay,
I've done that.
Cool.
And I'm trying to do more, but I can't.
Oh yes, so you are.
But it's okay at the moment.
Cool. Oh yes, I was thinking.
It's a lot of waiting.
Yeah, it's maybe we shouldn't have deconstructed so much. So yes, I was going to pass the thermofluid from here, this cold thermofluid that we didn't know what to do with. I thought, well, let's just shove it in a pipe, pump it over here, and put it into these pipes over here. And I think that's probably the best thing to do with it, to be honest. Unless anyone has any objections, I think I'll just get that set up.
Seems reasonable.
And add it to the build queue.
That belt could probably just be removed.
Which
I
belt?
just noticed, Laurence, at the top of your stream it says XCOM needs you.
Oh, oops. I may have forgotten to update that, sorry.
That's quite alright. It's not me. Don't know why you're apologising to me.
I'm not. I'm apologising to chat.
Oh, fair enough. That makes more sense.
That's not going... Is it going to reach 1, 2, 3... Give me a thing that's 1 square wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh yeah, we'll just reach across there. All right. We can get through there with the underground pipes. All right. Yeah, everybody likes XCOM. Nobody likes barrels though. Tack, stop. You're not making any friends here.
Barrels are nice. Barrels are awesome. You love barrels. You just don't realise it. What you want to do for your next
Sad face.
Factorio stream, just a short one rather than another 5,000-hour jobby.
Oh yeah, somebody asked how long we've been playing for earlier. The number is at the top of the screen up here. Oh, hidden. Oh, it's neatly hidden by the XCOM needs you banner. So I take back my very, very mild snark there. We have been playing for 113 hours so far. However, because there's 4 of us, that sort of counts as 452 hours, I think.
Yeah, I think there's an element of
you and we've got Marc, so averaging out.
Who were you talking to when you said you?
Yes.
More copper production.
I think the first new train with LDS is on the way.
Ooh.
After the upgrade.
I wonder if it's going to fill the rocket. Are we going to get a rocket up, or are we so short of rocket parts that we're not going to get a rocket full of LDS coming up?
No, I think the base rocket, the main rocket is
Oh yeah,
constructed.
that
the
rocket
other
is
one
built.
is lacking.
Oh, that's speaking of lagging.
So for the bus, it should come up.
Yeah, so we've got, and it is currently 80% full, roughly, just over 80% full. So we'll, when that, we'll probably no doubt fill that straight up with the low density structures because we are. Give me some numbers. Give me some numbers. I can't. I can't see, and I can't remember what the shortcut is to shrink the UE.
Control
yes.
minus.
Control minus, isn't it? No. Oh, control number pad minus, perhaps. Yes, there we go.
Yes.
And we are currently minus 3,500 short on the low density structure. So I think they're just going to pour in pretty quickly. So yeah, that's going to fill that up quite quickly. We're a load of speed modules short as well, but they don't seem to be been brought in. We have a train full. We have a train full of tier 1s. Maybe it was tier 2s that we're short of. Okay. All right, so we should see at some point in the not too distant future a train turning up with a massive quantity of low density structures. I assume it's this one. Oh, where was I? This one, because it's empty. Yes, here we go. This is the low density structures.
Norvis wall's been damaged.
Yes, I put on some turrets.
No worries.
Mark is upsetting
Yes,
the fighters. Oh yes, there we
I
go.
should
So
probably
train
sort of
has gone.
verbalise some of the things I was thinking for a moment there. I was just sitting there thinking, when we get space elevators, these problems we've got with waiting for the rocket, etc., will go away.
But they'll be replaced with waiting for a space elevator rope
Just train.
or train.
I mean, it suddenly occurs to me, have any of us actually, I mean, I remember I vaguely looked at it ages back, but I don't know if I mentioned it. Have we actually looked at the cost of using the space elevator? I'm aware that there is a cost. I just can't remember what it is.
No, we're going to find. That would be spoilers, so we're just going to find out as we get there.
Yeah, it's cool and new, and so we don't care.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. Just sitting there saying there is a real risk here that we are betting really heavily that all of our logistical power supply, everything needs, will be solved by sticking a space elevator in. What we've not allowed for, the real risk, is that we'll suddenly find that it's prohibitively expensive, and to take a single copper from Norvis to Norbit is going to cost us the entire production of our factory for 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh, the train is
But
taking
then
low
there'd be
density
no
structure
points for
somewhere
it.
else. Damn it.
Ooh. The first LDS train didn't go to the main bus, but to the
Somewhere
capsule
nearer.
maker.
Oh, that's awkward.
That's very unfortunate. Yes, that's gone there instead, and now we need. So now we need to. However, hopefully now that we've got some copper over here, we'll start making low density structures at a rate. I don't know how good a rate it'll be, but hopefully it'll be a rate. Yeah, it is steaming away at full speed, and we've now got 15 stacks. Actually, so we are nearly halfway. Nearly. So it's not doing too bad. 400 hours is a good level to have hit. Letter salad. Yeah, you do often have. I feel like redesigning the space base every so often is just one of those things when you're playing this game, because every so often it does need to be. You realise you go in and actually I could have done this better if I'd done it like that. Oh, you then go in and you think, oh, actually this whole area that I built around having rockets bringing all the stuff in now doesn't really work so well now that I've got spaceships or whatever. That happened to be in 0.5, so I had to do a fairly big rebuild there. Yeah, the suggestions that the elevators are super cheap. I'm not going to look into it any further than that because I kind of want to find out the hard way. Yeah, it'll definitely create new logistics problems. I'm not touching Nord Stream. That's a completely different issue. Yeah, I mean the trains do have pretty fixed logic, in that they will always go to the nearest place that needs where the nearest place they can. So this one went from here to here because you can see that's not all that far, rather than going all the way down here because that is quite a long way, and I don't even know how you get in there. Oh, it's over here, right? So it's quite a long way, and that's distance on track. So, for example, to get from here to here is much further than from here to here. Even though as the crow flies, or as the construction bot flies, it's a lot further. It counts distance along tracks. Bleep bloop. Oh, there are bots there to help, but
yeah, just repair bots getting.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a firstborn, so the soul of my firstborn is not particularly valuable. Okay, I remember what I was No, I don't. I remember some of the things I was doing. I don't remember all of them. I do remember that I was going to go and have a look at the energy science train system in a moment. But there we go. Right, so there we go. We've got a completely full container of cold thermofluid here, a half full one of supercooled. So that seems to be working very, very nicely. And then up here we've got 40,000 in there, which is that what it's supposed to be at? Yes, that's a 40,000. That's happy. This one's empty. And these are empty. So I assume this means another train. We've had another train come over, drop off some more thermofluid, and that has now filled up all of the buffers except the one in here. So you know what? I'm actually okay with this. It seems that the system is now running nicely. We've got this pipe is full, so we're pumping this. Everything is absolutely perfect except there's a little bit of buffer space in this top one that isn't quite full yet, and I'm okay with that being a bit empty. Right, good. The thermofluid problem for Astro Science is solved for now. Granted, once we shove in a load more production systems, it'll probably unsolve itself because that's how Factorio always goes. But for now, it's okay. So the next thing to think about is is just trying to get all the sciences scienced. And what's going on down here? Okay, so we're still short of X-ray. Are you X-ray or are you radio? This one, this color anyway. Microwave, right? Oh, it's because we've run out of frames. Of course it is. But while I'm thinking about it, let's come up. Not up here. This is too far up. Let's go down again. And program in this station. So here we've got the two belts coming in. We've got the tier 1s on the bottom belt. We've got tier 2s on the top belt. So what we need to do is split this here like that. Run a belt across here and here. Why have I used up all of my belts? I don't know where those have all gone. And then over here we'll need the same sort of thing. We'll put that here because why not? Because then we can copy that to there and then run this belt up here and this one across here. There we go. And then when these get if and when these eventually get placed, let's just cut that for a moment. When these eventually get placed, I can then program them to set them when they're supposed to be loading. Now, to be honest, actually, I don't really need to cut these off because there isn't enough being produced for it to be an issue yet. But you know, whatever. Right. Yes, exactly, Smurf. That's what I'm having a look at now. Either one of you said it beforehand. Yeah. Yes. You probably said that before I started doing it, but then I remembered separately the curse of the stream lag. So this is shush. This is going to start working once we get the beryllium up and running again. So maybe my next trick should actually be to go off and get the beryllium upgraded and fixed and properly propelling. Because at the moment it's a bit pathetic and needs massive upgrades. Like that.
Is it not worth setting up tier 2 of each first?
Probably. I mean, I have set up tier 2. It's just
you can't have done because we haven't researched tier 2.
I've set up tier 2, Astro tier 2, for the catalogues to be made at least.
No, the actual science packs.
Oh, have we not researched Science Pack, Astro Science Pack 2?
Oh, we have done Astro. We are currently in the process of energy.
Okay, yeah, that's a fair suggestion. Okay, I'll do that. Our stations are using warehouses and stack inserters instead of loaders presumably because we built them before we had loaders or before we'd really got our head around loaders or something like that. I'm not sure actually. Maybe habit, to be honest. A lot of the ones in space are all using loaders because we've sort of got round to it by that point. We'd remembered they existed at that point. To be honest, we don't.
No, when we started playing, the update wasn't.
Oh
good,
yes, of
so
course, yes. Yes, the
couldn't just
stations are all
transfer
using
loaders.
loaders because when we started, as Marc says, when we started playing, loaders didn't work with trains. Then there was an update. Loaders now work with trains, so we started using them.
That sounds like an excuse to me.
And we haven't bothered to upgrade them, partly because there isn't an easy way to do it because the distances, the warehouses need to be slightly further away, but mostly because, to be honest, the loaders or the loading and unloading of trains is not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is the processing of all the stuff and producing enough stuff. So yes, it would be slightly more efficient. It would mean things would happen slightly quicker, but not enough so for it to necessarily be worth changing that around. There we go. Yeah, we have been warned that warehouses use a lot of UPS, and it is quite possible that that's a large part of the reason we're having all these UPS related woes. I don't know. So yeah, maybe we shouldn't be using warehouses everywhere, and we should just be. But then you need to store stuff somewhere. I suppose you could just dump it straight off the trains onto a belt, and then maybe into one warehouse and go from there. We could probably rebuild the stations significantly more efficiently. Well, hopefully though today, Mike. No, the other one. Hopefully today, Marc. Sorry, will get a system up
I
and
mean-
running which produces, which allows us to get rid of the free power system, which we think may be causing quite a lot of our UPS damage, and we'll see how much
We
of a
are
difference that
fundamentally
makes.
the same person, aren't we?
Your names sound quite similar, and I think that's why I stumble over them. How fast is this? Oh wait, this is going to have to. This is going to be more complicated than I was giving it credit for. I think. Let's put in. So what's the recipe for Science Pack 2? It's presumably going to take in Astro 1. Yes, it does. And I haven't left in a good way of looping those back round again. That's slightly annoying. I guess right. Let's have a look at that recipe again. So if we look at 1, it takes in 1, 2, 3, 4 things, not including the fluid. So I've got at the moment I've got 1, 2, 3. That's the significant data's going in there. So for the tier 2, I'm going to need to have that is a lot of
Having
bots
fun,
we're losing.
Mm-hmm.
Marc, you're destroying all our bots. That's 40 of them. Yeah. 45. Yeah, the biters seem to be winning. No, that's not quite true. They haven't
No.
got through the wall yet, but they. Yeah, then I suppose there's a lot of ghost extra turrets.
And I mean, it should be the last attack wave because all the rest of the bases are out of artillery range.
Right. Until we do another research and then everything goes horribly
yeah.
wrong. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah, so once we get stop using the biological infinite power, hopefully things are going to be a bit better. I don't know exactly how. In fact, as far as I can tell, nobody seems to know exactly how warehouses work to damage UPS. So I don't know. I don't want to go in and fiddle with it, just fiddle with things for the sake of it, because we may well not necessarily make it worse, but make it do a load of messing around and not actually help anything. Or we might actually make it worse as well. Who knows? My CPU is, I think it's a 3600 XT, something like that. I'll check. Proc CPU less. It is 3600 XT. So it's not too bad, and Tristan's is probably slightly slower. So I think we probably reckon he is just about the limiting factor, except that I'm also streaming, and that puts a bit of extra load on the CPU. I've no idea how an 8700K compares to a 3600 XT because they're different manufacturers, and comparing stuff like that is problematic. Right. Yeah, I suppose running a server probably doesn't help, but I don't know how much it doesn't help, if you know what I mean. Okay, so what I was trying to look at before I got so excessively distracted was trying to work out mostly by all the bots getting destroyed, was how many of these things we're going to need. So at this point, it is time to make a final decision on how many how fast we want to be able to produce science. Although I suppose I could come along and speed module them later. So at the moment, we are producing. We have 3 machines here, and it takes 5 seconds to produce a thing. and it says 2.5 seconds per, so it's 2.5 seconds divided by 3, so call it about 1 per, we can produce one of these in about 1 per second. I'm pretty sure that's more than fast enough, so let's stick with that for now. The next one is then going to be this thing, Astropacks 2. We're going to need aeroframe poles in here, so I'm going to need to bring in iron, which is mildly annoying, but I've got plenty of space for stations or delivery cannons or whatever it is I'd put in over here. And this one, the problem with this one is this requires an extra thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things on the input. So that's going to require me not only to bring in the insights and the catalogues and the beryllium poles and the significant data, but also Astro Science Pack 1. So we're going to need to pull some of these off here and loop them round and bring them back in somehow for the next step. So I think what I'm going to probably do, let's start sort of sketching this out. So we'll have some more of these machines. I'll probably be a little bit further over this way, so I'll put them in here for now, and then maybe move this when I realise when things are basically okay. So then along here we're going to have I'll put in a splitter like so I need one here and one here that will take out the it will filter out the significant datas along to the right, and will filter out the insights to the left, and that means we get to keep the things we want on these two belts. We can then bring in the other the tier 2 catalogues in there. So this belt now has both of the things it needs. This one is going to need to have aeroframe poles put onto it here. So those are going to come from up there somewhere. So we'll just do that for now as a sort of briefly sketch this in. Okay, Zucker. Well, thanks for joining the stream anyway, and good night, sleep well, and so on.
Hi, Zucker.
Yeah, there's yeah, I sort of understand that the warehouses will cause the game to search through all the stacks in them. I don't know how much abuse that causes to it, but to your UPS. But yeah, I suspect it's not ideal. I just want to pull off the. This is annoying. This is going to have, and there isn't room for a three. I could do it down here. There we go. Do that. And then we filter out just the science packs to the left. And then this is kind of horrible. Put that there. And a belt going under there. I completely forgot when I was setting this up that we were going to need the Astro, the Science Pack 1 to do Science Pack, to make Science Pack 2, and so on and so on. So this is turning into a bit of a spaghetti, and that makes me sad. Also going to need to get the coolant out to somewhere appropriate.
Have we got no speed modules in space?
I might have used them all up. Sorry.
I
did use quite a lot of them up.
You are permitted to make progress. I shall allow it.
The only slight...
It's tier 1, so they should be in the rocket. Yeah, oh, there's 126 in the rocket. There should be a train load.
Tier 2s?
Oh, tier 2s, no. Okay.
Or tier 3s. What am I actually asking for? I'm only asking for tier 2s for some reason. There was a reason for that. I just don't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, there's
there we go.
There's a bunch of tier 2s in the thing that are being requested. 126. So presumably that's all we're actually requesting in space. Because tier 1s will be brought up by the train load, but tier 2s won't.
I mean, it sounds plausible.
Oh wait, that's wrong. That should just be.
We are requesting another 250, but there aren't any.
That, boop, and then underground pipe from there to there. Right, I think that should work. This bit here, absolutely horrible. Also, we're going to have exactly the same problem over here with this output belt here, and I haven't left room to deal with that. So let's bring these out this way, and then deal with them over here, where there's going to be a little bit more space, and then pass the finished one. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. I want to put the finished ones on the other side of this belt. Oh, this is getting spaghetti. Very, very spaghetti. This is probably a good opportunity to work out how to do this properly, and I'm not quite sure how that's going to be. Other than, oh, maybe the proper way to do it would be to have the science. The science is the other way round. So we have 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we can just pass them straight through and grab off there. Ooh, I like that idea. Yes, let's reimagine this a little bit. Yeah, let's just redesign this again. Do it again, but so it's not crap. How's that for a change? That bit might have been okay actually.
Yeah, we should be requesting 250 speed module 2s.
Oh, is science tier 2 a different coolant? Oh, I mean that's not the end of the world, to be honest. You're right. Oh, no, it's not. You lie. It is also cold. This is cold. That's cold. Question is 3 is also cold, and 4 is also cold. You're lying to me. You're just trying to upset me. I've looked in the debug menu looking for things that eat up UPS, and we've never been able to find anything particularly helpful in it. It just is full of numbers, none of which mean anything. It's not very helpful at all. Okay, so we'll cut that there. And there, so we don't just fill up with the wrong things along here. And there, actually, as well. Yes, saying biggest number is bad is makes a certain amount of sense, except that doesn't actually help you narrow it down, and especially the numbers aren't. Yeah, the numbers aren't helpful. We've looked at them before. There's no obvious clue in there that says, hey, you should try switching this over to something completely different. Okay, so we've got the so what we're going to have here is science packs coming up. This is going to be making the science pack tier 4. Let's just do that for now. There we go. Making science packs tier 4 here. This will be doing 3, then 2, and then 1. So everything is going to work absolutely fine with what we had set up before. So down here we're going to have the insights, and I'm kind of tempted actually to put the 2 that never change onto the same. No, actually no. This works quite well because we've got the insights coming along here, yeah, and then we can put the appropriate catalogues on there. So we'd have in here we would have we'd be splitting off the tier 4 catalogues.
We've run out of.
That's fine already. Oops.
We appear to have run out of space transport belts in space.
That's probably because we don't have any low density structures to build them out of.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. But even so, that's kind of bad.
Yep. We've got 4.4k in the low density structures in the rocket.
And I'm babysitting the next LDS train.
Thank you.
Fair enough, thank you.
So that one goes onto there, and then this carries on. Okay, so this is so this is going to be doing tier 4, which means it needs tier 3, which are being put out onto this belt, which means it'll be able to grab them in as it needs them. So that'll work nice and easy. Just that one's an easy one. And we can put these along the top like that, and then we have this belt along here that needs to then bring in all of the other bits and pieces. The extra thing that's needed for tier 4. Oh, I've run out of space for inserters. Damn it! I can't insert and drop off onto this one and pick up from that one. Oh.
Yeah, tiny machines.
They are, which is
easier with the giant ones from 0.5.
Yeah, the
Or with no
supercomputers
K2.
were 5 by 5 instead of 3 by 3, and that gave you a bit of extra space to play with around them.
This step was in the assembly machines, so even better.
Oh yes, you're right. It was. Yeah, loads of space. No, no, I don't want to. I think actually I don't. Oh no. Words. No, I don't need it because for the higher tiers. Let's look at 4. There's only 5 inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll put the bulkheads coming down. The aeroframe bulkheads will come down this belt, and therefore they'll go into here. So I don't actually need to, no, I don't need to insert off the top one. I don't need a top belt because that was for carrying it back again. So I don't need that this one at all. Oh, I do here. but for different reasons, which I'll get to in a moment. Okay, yeah, no, I'm happier now. I've worked out what I want to do, and this is going to work. I think. I know. Famous last words, but let's put in some more of that over there. Right, yeah, I'm sort of semi convinced now. This has got the wrong stuff on this belt, but I'll deal with that in a later. Much later. So we've then got we've got the cold coming in here. It goes into top of all these. Fine. And then across here, I do actually want to have this belt because this is what this is where the tier 2 science is going to be, and so along here we're going to need to have long inserters like this to insert those science packs down into these machines for doing making the tier 3. Then over here we're going to have the tier 2 and the tier 1, and they're going to follow the same pattern. Yeah, I'm now reasonably happy and convinced with my design. The only problem is this machine is doing completely the wrong thing because that's going to need to make bulkheads, which we haven't even researched yet. So, whatever.
I'm going to have to tackle thermofluid in a minute. That's going to be exciting.
You asking for thermofluid from a station?
I haven't. So I need cold thermofluid for the cold thermodynamics data. Surprise, surprise.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that warms up to be thermofluid. Fine.
Yep.
Makes sense. I can handle the logic there. It's just about within the range of my brain's ability to process.
Well done.
What I need to do. Thank you. I was proud of myself. What I do need to do, however, is get thermofluid.
Yes. There is a
And I
pretty much.
assume it's only thermofluid. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there's warm thermofluid available. There is a more or less standardized design for cooling it, which you can copy and paste from somewhere like here.
Is this the standardized design that has not worked successfully at all for the last 2 weeks?
The main reason
whether
it's not
it be in mass comments saying it doesn't work.
Yes, but only that's
No.
due to throughput. You just need to expand it until it does work well enough.
When you say throughput, do you mean bandwidth or latency?
Bandwidth. Nobody cares about latency in Factorio. Generally,
Yeah,
there's not 100%.
Yeah, once you're saturated.
Yeah, but
once you're
you don't
saturated,
care about
it doesn't
it.
really.
Yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't running fast enough for the amount that was being required. I have since improved mine.
Right, 500 per recipe. No wonder most of these aren't working.
You have somewhat overbuilt there, I will say. I suspect. I mean,
Well, this one here. I haven't.
No. Sorry, no. I meant you'd overbuilt with the number of machines you put in. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something else.
I'm targeting the 100 times a minute that you targeted me. These boys are slow.
Okay, all right. I'm no problem. I'm happy to believe you're.
Still, it feels like a huge number.
It does. It looks like a very, very large area is taken up by them. When it feels excessive, but it may well not be. You may be spot on, and it's just they are, as you say, slow.
Yeah, let me double check the things. What rate do these produce? That entire setup will produce, what's that? Less than a fifth of a space transport belt of output.
Okay.
It will, on the other of useful output. It will, on the other hand, produce about
3 belts of
scrap. of no. Oh, actually, hang on, it's the hot one. Where's the cold one? Oh, it's the same thing. Of contaminated scrap.
Oh, even better.
So yes, that entire setup is. I mean, maybe it is overbuilt. Maybe I am going.
I don't. I
absolutely
honestly,
nuts, and
actually, I
100
honestly
signs a
don't
minute
know.
is insane.
I'm happy to wait. So did
Oh,
you
a
say 100 a
minute.
minute?
Yes.
I thought we were aiming for like 20 a minute.
He told me 100 a minute.
I've never said
I
100
have
a
a
minute.
VOD. There is a VOD.
This sounds like Marc has been trolling you
Nope.
without you noticing. I haven't left enough room.
I will look up the reference in the VOD some other time.
That's
Or maybe I'll do it now. Who knows?
We're definitely not targeting 100 science per minute. That's crazy talk.
And the thing that
Not yet.
bonus point here.
Oh wait, that goes in.
Bonus point here, Laurence. As per your explicit request, so Marc, you will appreciate this. I know because you and me have very similar career paths, even
I
though
thought you were
you're
going to say
way
sense of
further
humour,
down the line
but
than I am. I wrote out my design notes on a bit of paper, and Laurence asked to review them. So he's reviewed them. So I've done my.
I didn't ask to review them. I asked to see them so I could
asked me
possibly
to send it
include them in
through.
the video.
Yeah. So if Ben's calling into review is possibly a bit excessive, but
I'd
yeah,
say
you asked to see my notes. You've seen my notes. You've read them, I assume.
He may have tried to read them. I don't know what your handwriting's like.
It's a fair point. But at the top in big letters, underlined, only
in the
3
ignore
times.
section, yeah.
Only 3 times it said 100 per minute. It's not that far away from the title. I mean, yeah, it's title an inch. For those who don't use Imperial, that's about 2.5 centimeters. 2.2, I think it is centimeters.
2.54.
2.54. Thank you. I was right with 2.5. Or near.
Yeah, 2.5 is
Yeah.
my usual approximation of an inch.
Spot the PCB designer.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think that I was more precise than that because we do satellites and space and stuff, or work with satellites.
To be honest,
But no,
given how far away,
it's about right.
given how far away space is, I don't think an inch is going to. I don't think exactly how you measure an inch is going to matter too much for orbital height.
True, although I did genuinely get the client raised a defect on a document because the hyperlink from the C figure 1.2 or whatever the title was, C figure for further or for a diagram of this, that link was broken, and I was there going, listen, lad, get your ruler out, and you'll notice it's less than an inch. That's less than 2.5 centimeters away from where thing's supposed to be. If you can't navigate yourself from where it says figure 1.2 or whatever the number was to the actual figure itself, you shouldn't be dealing with the navigation of a satellite around the globe because that's a considerably larger distance. Yeah.
You say 100 science per
LDS
minute seems like a
arriving
good
in
target
the
for skilled
rocket.
streamers. That implies you're implying we're skilled streamers. Maybe I'm skilled
Well,
at
no,
streaming. I'm not sure I'm
I
skilled
agree.
at
It is a good target for skilled streamers, but not for us.
Exactly. No, I don't actually need that one down the
Anyway,
bottom.
sorry,
There's enough power from the top. Get rid of that
Yes,
one.
I have written documented evidence that Laurence has given me a target at 100 signs per minute.
Did you sign off on it?
Shh. Laurence doesn't pay attention to the process. It's fine.
There's a process? Let's pretty this up a little bit to put that there, like that. And then this can go underground as well. And there we go. Right. Good. So that is now going to do all of the science and is significantly cleaner and tidier, I think, than than any sort of botch I would have been able to come up with if I'd done it differently. So, oh yeah,
Happy
1
face
degree
time.
will make quite a lot of difference in space, yes, but an inch not quite so much. What are we doing here? We are making Astro 1. Boop, boop.
It's
And here
more
we're
if
making
you
Astro
have
2.
the robot arm which
Boop.
deploys the solar panels. That's got to be exactly right.
Yes, that does. That one I can see mattering a little bit on the positioning.
But genuinely, the way it's done is still that looks about right.
Yeah, you have the sort of the try and line the lights and the little plus shape things up, and it'll probably be all right.
Yeah, it's
You know
one
what
of the
they
things
say,
that amazed
surgical
me.
precision means to within an inch or two with plenty of screaming and hot tar, which I think it might
That's
be a
very
pragmatism.
practical.
Yes.
It is, yes. It's referring to the the surgery of the Discworld.
Yes.
In fairness, I think if you suggested that to an actual surgeon, they'd get quite cross with you.
Well, I suppose Discworld is pseudo medieval, so.
True. Where's my?
Okay, so we are going to need to bring in iron over here. Should we bring that in an iron ingots? Probably. Do we have an iron ingot supply? I don't know. And what's going to be, and we're going to require more and more exotic things for the later tiers. But never mind, we'll bring them in probably by train as and when they're needed. So for now, this will probably do. So we have one there making eventually the aeroframe bulkheads. We'll have one here making the aeroframe. Whatever the previous thing is, probably, I don't know, there'll be some form of aero structure. I forget what it's called. So you've got beryllium plate, beryllium rod, there's beryllium structure of some sort. Then there's the bulkheads, and we'll have one of those made in each of these machines, and those can then be fed down through here. These should be undergrounds as well, like that and that. Bring that down here, like this. And probably over to this machine as well, I expect. But we'll check the recipes later once we actually know how to make them. This will need to go all the way across here, of course, and we'll do some more. Yeah, we'll do the
LDS rocket is on its way.
Hooray! We can start cooking with Factorios. Yes, the manufactory is indeed displaying some frozen sparks. Well, it's space. Space is cold, kind of. I'm not sure why Eddie's trying to crack a beryllium sphere. I'm kind of afraid to ask.
Science.
Yeah, that's a fair reason. Put that one in there. Right, so this is going to be the one that requires iron, so we'll just bring this in on the other side of this belt, I guess. I don't expect to need enormous quantities of this, and this is probably going to be famous last words, but let's put that there. Let's give it some power. Where do I line that? Line this up here, like that. Let's put it one higher up, because otherwise people will complain that I'm upsetting their OCD or something. You are going to make, you're going to turn iron...
We're allowed to complain?
You're not, but chat do.
Aww.
The chat is known to sometimes complain. Do that, but you are to be on the near side, which is that alt
Chat, will you complain on my behalf, please?
So that coming along here, and then there's going to be one more machine along here. This is the one that's going to do the actual beryllium ingots. We may need to double this up or put into speed modules or something like that. I don't know. I don't need quite so much on the end to get rid of that. Okay, so this belt comes over here. We'll make the beryllium ingots here. We'll make the poles here. That'll be fine for these two machines. And then we can then we have all the stuff we need for all the machines we need for tier 2 science. We just need to then work out what on earth I'm going to do with that. Actually, no, the tier 2 is okay, because we're going to put both of those onto this belt that comes through here and goes along here and then goes off up there to be scienced. So that's fine. Tier 1 and 2, easy. I will need to go in and rip up everything, Tristan, everything that's been made in the energy science area of the science park to upgrade it to this sort of system now that I've solved some of the problems around here. But that's okay, we can do that. What is our science per minute goal? I don't know. It changes every time I try and work it out or ask people what it is. I think it's somewhere in the mid-teens.
16.
That is indeed in the mid-teens. So there you go. There is a number. Apparently today our science per minute goal is 16. What it'll be tomorrow, I couldn't possibly tell you.
I'm pretty sure it started at 6 when we started.
Nope.
Somewhere down there.
Mark said 16
Ugh.
rather too enthusiastically and then got dropped for it.
Yeah.
Yes, we
I've paused for a second. Do we want to carry on or do we wait for Mark?
we might as well
No,
at least
just-
wait for Mark to start join. We might as well carry on until Mark starts trying to join, and
Okay.
therefore downloading
He's
it.
starting to join.
Oh, okay. All right, we might. I suppose we could be nice and wait a moment then, couldn't we? Yes, we do indeed intend to get above 1 per minute. Good evening, Metvar. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the pause screen, because we've just had someone drop. So we thought, in an attempt to minimise network load and general crying, we thought of Tristan's computer and internet connection, we'd let him try and join the game, which is happening up here. So once this
Mostly
bar
the
fills
connection.
up, then we can get going again. Yes, indeed. The
But back
goal
it
is.
up a bit. Sorry, go on.
Hmm?
Yeah, no, yeah.
I was going to say
That's
yes.
exactly what I was going to talk about, the goal.
Nice from he's saying the goal is above 1 per minute. Yes, you're not wrong. The goal is indeed above 1 per minute. I think we've been saying all kinds of numbers, and they gradually get inflated, and then occasionally we stick a pin in them and try and deflate them a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. I think this is probably excessive along here, but I would rather have too many machines than too few, given how I've packed them in a bit. Now, to be honest, extending this wouldn't be too hard. It would just be a rather busy time for the bots and lots of collecting and redistributing stuff for me. But yeah, I think three of these machines should be more than enough, given that they seem to take about 5 seconds to do a couple. But I'd rather have too many than too few. Nearly halfway. Good.
I'm still really confused by this whole. You definitely told me 100 a minute.
I've
And
never
I'm
said
really
100 a minute. I'm definitely
really
going to. I'm
I
definitely
am
going to
going to
citation
go
needed
through the
you on
VOD.
that. Citation needed.
Right, well, we'll pause. Where's the VOD?
There's
No,
only
I mean
100 odd hours, Mike. You can get that in the next couple of minutes.
Isn't there a
right?
service that produces subtitles for it, so you can just scrape?
Hello, persistent. Welcome. Okay, right. A prize to anyone who. Oh no. So we should
60
offer
seconds.
Yep, that's right. Laurence has given offering a
some sort
prize
of
to
prize. I'm
anyone
trying
who
to
can
think what an
find it.
appropriate prize would be. So anyone who can provide. And the thing is, there's going to be quite a lot of different numbers. So maybe for each person who can provide a timestamp with a different number stated by, ideally by me, saying what we want the science per minute to be, and
Oh, yes,
just
that'll be Laurence.
the way
Absolutely.
we've been shouting out random numbers today doesn't count because they've all have massive question marks over them. So we need an actual emphatic statement of what the time should be.
The problem is basically all the times you talk about it, it's what speed are we aiming for? And Mark says a number that's bigger than the number he said last time.
Exactly. I have this sneaking suspicion
No.
that Mark is keeping track very, very carefully, and every time I ask, he adds 1 onto the number he said last time.
So, Mark, what speed are we doing science at?
17.
So Smurf says we should be doing 2,000 a minute. Persistent says we should be doing 6 per minute. Mango says 69,420 per stream. How long does a stream last? And is that in real world time or game time? Yeah, I'm happy to trust your number, Persistent. That seems like 6 per minute seems like a number we can manage.
I'm in.
And we're live. Welcome everyone to thank you for joining the stream. Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration, and Krastorio². What are we doing to do today, Pinky? I have no idea.
Oh,
Right.
I was. That was really confusing. I was trying to work out which browser was still playing because I was genuinely going through your streams.
Excellent. Right. What was I even doing? I have no idea. We need another one of those over there, apparently. Oh yes, I remember. I was going to try and get these set up to start actually producing start producing a little bit of juicy science, and then go over and rip up all of the energy science and do the same with that. So you are supposed to be producing beryllium plates.
Hang on, there's a lot of numbers here.
You are supposed to be
that's a
producing
different thing.
beryllium sticks, which requires iron sticks, not just irons. So put that in. If we put that there, it fits quite nicely, and then we can have in. Let's use greens for outs, out, in. Let's just use greens everywhere. Actually, why not? Let's enjoy ourselves. That can be tucked in the gap there. In fact, put that there so it doesn't have to be underneath the. Then put one there, then put one there. Then I can move that assembly machine down one. Where's there's an assembly machine? So I'll put that. Oh no, no, I can't do that. That has to go there. But can I put this on the other side? No, there isn't. I can put it down here. Actually, that'll work. There we go. Right. So there we go. That's going to be making my beryllium plates. Then we have a couple of pieces of belt in here. That's going to be making my. This is going to be making my iron sticks. Oh, we need another inserter there as well. That's fine. Do that.
For some reason, the subtitles on this video put Mark as Marcus.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not my name.
YouTube's hearing isn't very good, especially when there's funny accents involved.
True.
Did you just call my accent funny?
No, I called everyone else's accents
you wouldn't
funny.
be saying a name.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Then this one's going to be doing whatever the next tier is, which probably requires sticks, and this one's going to be in the bulkheads, which requires goodness knows what. Right, so that's
Unless you're secretly a Pokemon.
That
Are you
was
a cheeky poo?
genuinely a survey that was done recently that found that in the UK, the average school child was better at naming Pokemon than they were at naming wild birds. To which the response was, "Yeah, that's because wild birds don't scream their name at you every few seconds."
Fair. And also, I mean, there are more TV programs about Pokemon than there are about birds, I suspect. Oh, you can do just tiles, not entities. That's nice.
To be honest with you, I don't know.
No, nor do I. I just made that up, but it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, and then up here, we do the same. We do it again. Actually, first we cut. Let's cut everything. Let's cut that and that and that. And then let's empty these machines, just because otherwise I know something's going to have gone wrong. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Like that. Then let's take out these two. And no, stop that. Right, so we put in this goes about here. Conveniently, it's the same design I used below, so the copy and paste over the top is basically going to work. Oh, we need to pull this back a bit further, like that. And that, apparently. I don't know. Get rid of that just for tidiness sake. Okay, so now we'll bring out the scaffolding, build up this area, and then we can drop in the paste in again, and then go in and program everything up, and hopefully we will then have the magic. Oh no, there's stuff in here that's also broken, or is wrong rather, more specifically, like all of this. But that's okay, I can fix it. Any more of this wrong? Probably no. I think that looks okay now. Oh no, these pipes are wrong. Okay, so we'll let the bots come over, build all that up, then I can put the next bit in. Now, the nice thing is, I've realised that this is going to be a problem and redesigned it and rebuilt it, whilst we've only got 2 science packs up and being built at all. So it's not quite as much of a massive redesign as it might otherwise have been. If I'd got all 4 of them up and running and then had to go, oh wait, actually I want to do this completely differently, that would have been significantly more painful. Let's copy this over to... Where should I put this? I mean, there must be a convenient gap for this somewhere. I guess in here will do for now. It'll allow me to get everything built up anyway. Right, so let's now forget about that for a little while while it runs. What should we look at next? Let's have a look at the beryllium production, the Astro science production down here, which is waiting for beryllium, as it is waiting for beryllium again. So, okay, fine. How do we get on down here? I mean, it sort of kind of worked. How are the other science packs doing? People get mad if you go around beating up wild birds and collecting them. I mean, yes, I suppose that is basically what Pokemon is about. That's true. How are the other science packs doing? Well, the Norvian ones are absolutely fine. We have a train reasonably full of them here. They're being unloaded here. We seem to be chugging through them very, very gradually. What does physical projectile damage actually use? Oh, nothing. Okay, none of the high space ones. So that will actually that's just running merrily without using any of them, because we have now actually run out of Astro. That's the current shortage. But that's okay. We can carry on doing.
Also not using it.
We can do that. So yeah, we'll that's fine. We'll leave that ticking over. Is that why
the
we're
only
doing
thing
that?
that actually uses Astro now is there's the combined significant data researches and the zone discovery.
Okay.
that use Astro 1.
Right. So basically, yeah,
Other than that, and rocket reusability, all of that stuff.
yeah.
If
Well,
we
no, not much
want
point in doing
something
that.
researching for the sake of it.
Yeah, and then there doesn't look like there's really anything that uses energy one either. So we are now just waiting for more advanced science to be readied. Okay, cool. So whatever rate we are producing science at the moment is currently sufficient. So that's quite a nice way. That's quite a nice way of thinking of it. Zone discovery finds additional planets to go out and off and play with, which is lovely. Oh, that's not going to fit. And kind of useful, but at the moment we have enough planets. We have planets for all the resources we need at the moment, so we don't really need any more.
We are currently consuming tech cards at 8.4 per minute.
Okay, so our science is we can science 8.4 per minute at the moment, which is faster than the target. Well done us.
Still working on finding that video. Don't mind me. I'll do it off stream.
Yes,
seems
please do.
sensible.
We could do with material science at some point in the next million years or so.
Yeah, but how much of it?
You know what? I'd settle for 1 per minute at the moment. I want my space elevator. But the more the better. The more the better within reason. You're supposed to be iron sticks.
Don't look there.
I mean, you've pinged it.
I said don't look. It's a slew of people turn up.
Michael.
What? It's fine.
Oh god. It's
Mike,
I think
if you just casually ignored what I asked you to do with those.
Yep.
Yeah, the middle one is intended for you to dump your insane amount of normal scrap.
It's not going to fit. That's why I've done the balancer. I mean, if you
Yeah,
want,
you
I can
put-
do something boring like this and go like that and like that.
Yeah, that'll help. It would be ideally only scrap on that one, but it doesn't really matter.
It's contaminated scrap I produce.
For everything or currently?
that particular one, I think, because he
Certainly
definitely
for half of
produces
the
scrap
thingies.
for some of the other things. Basically, Mike, until you get to
it's scrap for the big thing.
if you were building at the rate we expected you to be building at, you would have maybe half a belt's worth of scrap.
Is
actually, at the risk of disagreeing,
material-free.
2 of them produce 8 contaminated scrap per useful data, and then the other 2 produce 6 regular scrap per useful data.
Yes, but there is.
Would you like to have a look at impact shielding data?
Yeah, I was going to say there is a special case coming up soon.
Oh, have you got some impact shielding data?
It's for tier 2.
Oh, was it tier 2? I thought it was tier 3. But I believe you.
I didn't know. And
Okay, yeah, fair.
But
now,
you do have a
number of data
50%
cards
chance
you
of
get.
getting your heavy girder back.
Yeah, 25. Yeah, which is a lot. Yeah, that
and
was
it's a
the first
200-second crafting thing.
It better be for that kind of.
So you genuinely only actually probably need 1 or 2 machines doing it in 0.5 at the speed I was going for.
Yeah. Yeah.
So at 0.6
just...
at the speed we're going for, how does that? Yeah, but yeah, no, I take the point.
Yeah, bear in mind my entire factory in 0.5 was producing about 1 belt of clean scrap, including the cleaned scrap. So contaminated scrap that had been cleaned plus scrap was about 1 belt, I think.
Same.
Yeah. I take the point.
Which is why the middle belt is yours, and because we're expecting to be running a little bit faster than in my previous playthrough, probably. And who knows what's happened to the recipes. But
as soon as immosite crystals come back up, you'll understand sort of the what I'm trying to say in terms of. Oh, wow, that's kind of awkward. Wait, what? I just spotted a problem with my. What? I'll fix that later. Yeah, obviously now. What was I saying?
I've been wondering that.
Yeah, sorry. As soon as Immisite crystals get back up and running, then you'll see the sort of the problem I'm going for in terms of the problem I've got in terms of the sheer volume of scrap output.
I think the sheer volume of scrap output that you refer to is because you're trying to produce 100 a minute.
Just follow instructions.
I still dispute that. What if I tell you your instructions are now to produce 6 per minute? Or no, 16 per minute, should we say? I don't know.
I could redesign the whole thing, I suppose. Yeah, it's not outside my skill set. I mean, what would be the point, though? Just don't use it all.
Yeah, exactly. The one you've already built, I'd say yes, just leave it there. It'll quickly bottleneck and run it with just the two machines on the far right end of it running. But that's fine.
I've got interesting news for you. Is that I've designed all 4 segments of it. I've just not placed them all down yet.
All right.
Well, because it took so long for, I think it was just that bit of space scaffolding to be placed. In fairness, it might have been that and the one below. I just went into the sandbox thing and just kept designing.
That's fair, to be honest.
Yeah, to be brutally honest, it's quite a copy and paste job. It's really not like it's. Yeah.
Yeah. The only bit that isn't copy paste is if you realise that you don't have the belt throughput for whatever it is you're trying to do.
Yes. So in fact, what I should really do is, first of all, not do that, because that would be a bad idea, and I'm not.
We don't know persistent. Mike is claiming that I told him 100 science per minute. I'm disputing this, and so the challenge was to find which video I had claimed that I wanted it to be at 100 per minute, because I believe he's talking out of his bottom.
It would never. I know exactly which stream it is. It's the stream from the 20th of March.
The VODs are all on YouTube.
The VODs are all on YouTube, and I will provide the reference to the Discord. I will not have my honour besmirched. I mean, that's a lie. My honour gets besmirched all the time, but that's not the point.
You have honour?
See what I mean?
Plastic bar, holmium plate. Oh, so this is just plastic bar and holmium. That's much easier.
So I think copper is solved for now.
Hooray! Well done. Also, thank you.
Hooray!
So you're going to be holmium. No, cable. That one.
It's yes, persistent. The full VODs are on YouTube.
I just said that.
Oh.
And then you said you provide a link to it. So you were listening because you replied to me.
Oh, yeah. No, when I say I provided a link, I was going through the VOD and I'd provide a link to the exact timestamp.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, I can provide a link to it is in Discord. Going up. There we are. It's in the Factorio channel. Boom.
Good luck with the searching if you're daft enough to trying to find it, because as I say, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be in there. Oh, that should now say -1.
I'm sure I've nearly found it.
Aluminium. Nope, -1. And suddenly some holmium will probably arrive. Probably. It takes a moment for the factory at the other end to realise what's going on and so ship it over. Right, so hopefully we'll get some copper up soon and we can get there it is, just like that. Hopefully we'll get some copper up soon and we can finish off all this pipe work and belt work around here, and things will just start to look nice again. Have we had any? Nope, still not had the low density structures up here. Let's go and have a look on Norvis again, see how things are going down there. Oh,
we've had low density structures come up.
Sorry?
We have had low density structures come up.
Oh, they've just all been eaten, have they?
Yeah.
Okay. We have small low density structures. Oh dear. So where's that? Oh, is it? In that case, does that mean?
A question that is definitely not related to anything that I've done at all in any way, shape, or form, and there's no reason to be afraid. If you just mash the enter button, like the carriage return button, in Navsat view, does it do anything?
I don't know.
Asking for a friend? I'm definitely not asking because I'm an absolute lemon.
What citrus do you identify? Oh, you're orange, not lemon.
Exactly.
Ed
I don't
is
see
the
it
lemon.
doing anything.
Oh, but have you properly mashed it?
No, I
Yes.
pressed it.
Oh,
a couple
yeah,
of times.
I was trying. I basically was lazy. Didn't move my left hand far enough across the keyboard to get to the plus and minus to change the size of my scaffolding area. I was like, oh, this isn't doing very much. Oh,
You have a strange keyboard, I think.
do I?
No, he just went a really short distance.
It's just only moved. I got a normal keyboard. It's only moved halfway across.
Okay. Right. So yes, we have yes. So clearly, we've had a supply of whatever was stopping us building pipes before. Might have been copper. So that's now running. With
It might have been the low density structures.
no, low density structures don't go into pipes. It's what seems to be the one space thing that doesn't take low density structures. It takes steel, plastic, glass, and copper, which seems like an odd thing to make a pipe out of, but okay. The copper goes into cables specifically, which is, yeah, a very strange thing. But yeah, we clearly did have a flurry of low density structures. We've made a few more tiles of whatchamacallit it and a few more pieces of belt, but they've probably all been swallowed up now. So we need another rocket and so forth. Okay, let's go back down to Norvis and have a look at the low density structures again, because that is a whole thing apparently. Yeah, the copper is. Yep. I mean, the machines are running as fast as they possibly can. There is no shortage of copper over here, so it looks like Marc's fix has indeed worked. It's just there's still only 15 stacks of low density structures in the warehouses.
What's going on with disposal belt this time?
Oh, there's low density structures flowing along the bus, and there's a load of wood on this belt here for reasons. That is, to be fair, it is the wood belt, so I'm not going to criticise that, but. Oh, I see. So we are using a load of wood for something, and it's being supplied by a yellow belt, and then going onto a blue belt, and then it's just trying to fill a chest back up again at the moment. So, I mean, we are using the wood, but not faster than it's being grown. I'm slightly curious as to what we're doing that's using wood. What's here? Where does this go? Oh, I see. We're making it as fuel. Fuel for the trains. Right. Okay. Cool. My satisfaction, my curiosity has been satisfied. So yes, we do have low density structures somewhere on this bus sometimes, somewhen. Oh, goodness knows where. Can't find the damn things. Is it this belt? Might be this belt. Yes, here they are. Here they come. On their way to just all pour into the rocket, no doubt. Yeah, because there doesn't seem to be anything else down here that's using them. Or maybe pour into making rockets as well. I don't know. We'll find out in a minute. Yes, to go up here to pour into making rockets and to pour into filling the rocket, and then we can bring another smattering of them up into space, and we'll carry on doing all of the needfuls.
Do we need to consider sending a rocket down? No, it's 61 stacked rocket sections, so maybe.
I mean, we could. It feels wasteful, but then on the flip side, we do have a shortage, so it would be topping up it would use up, I don't know, 60 rocket sections in order to send however many down.
So the entire rocket would use less than 50 because it's less than half full.
Oh, okay.
No, completely empty uses 50.
Yeah, so probably about 75.
Then applies
but then we'd still lose about half of them to the rocket reusability lack of research, because there's no point in researching that. Cargo rockets are at reusability is 52%. Okay, so we'd lose about 30-40 of them. Yeah,
less than that, I think. But
well, you said it was half. If it's half full, we'd use halfway between 50 and 100, which is 75, and then we'd keep half of those, so we'd lose about 30-40.
It's about a quarter full.
Okay, slightly less then.
Yeah.
It depends. It would save. Actually, I don't know. It probably wouldn't make any difference to how many low density structures make it through and get into the rockets, to be honest. They haven't even got here yet.
But need to fill up the belts.
Exactly, yeah. And all of the other internal buffers and things like that. So I'm not sure it'd make a lot of difference. Ed is apparently sour due to being a lemon. I think Tack. I think the zone. I think the first zone discovery finds planets, and the second one finds star systems, possibly,
No,
or maybe deep space.
launching the normal vanilla rockets finds planets in your solar system and then stars in other solar systems.
Oh, okay.
Then zone discovery finds random planets or planetoids
in other star systems.
Other solar systems.
Okay. Okay.
Then you've got targeted zone discovery, which uses Astro 2 as well.
Yeah, that allows you to choose what sort of resource you want to find. Yeah. But we found everything in our immediate solar system, so we don't really care about anything else. And we've launched a bajillion rockets because we needed them for all the rocket science. Yeah, we're very optimistic on this stream. We're always cheerful and chirpy about everything. Honest. Yeah. So this is just gonna. We'll leave this alone. It's quite possible the next best thing for me to do would be to go off and sort out the beryllium production. Actually. Oh, I need to program not this. Yes, this station. So that when we come over here with Astro 2 packs, catalogues, sorry, those one Energy 2 catalogues, they will.
Are you expecting the holmium cable to be made?
No, I haven't requested the plastic yet. That's a good point. Let's do that. What is? Oh, I don't need that either. This is just straight up plastic. No. Oh. Never mind. So these are going to need to be filter inserters. Oh, I need to go and change the other one to a filter inserter. So you are to do that, and you are to be on the other side, and are to do plastic. That's no, it's a raw material. Well, semi-raw material, plastic bar. Right. So we'll need to get that coming up here. So let's find another one of the. Let's do that while I think of it. So go away, logistics request manager. Nobody asked for you. Over here somewhere, one of these does plastic. It's not you. Is it you? Yes. No. Maybe. No, it's not you. It must be down here in the plastic production area, which makes a certain sort of logical sense, I suppose. So over here we have 3 doing coal and plastic. There's another plastic one over here. Okay, good. So presumably none of these are going to be firing at where I want it to fire, so I need to put in another one. Like that. And we're now kind of full over here, so I hope we don't need any more at any point. Let's rotate that for now until I've wired it up. So this is going to be firing at that area of up in space where we need the where we need this. This is going to be sending that plastic up to be made into the holmium cables in order to make the energy science packs. So that's fine. It just needs to be built and programmed and everything. Now we're also going to need iron. So I'm pretty sure that somebody did some sort of horrendous abomination over here. It was spoilers. It was Mike. So I suppose since there already is an abomination, I might as well continue it.
Oh, is this the one where you said I wanted 20,000 iron a second?
I don't remember any numbers being stated, but
No, I know. That was the one where I needed iron ingots in orbit, and that was the logical place to get them.
Did you need iron ingots? Oh no, because later on we're going to definitely be sending iron ingots up. Yeah, okay.
I needed iron ingots because, well, in fairness, it could have been regular iron plates, but I got ingots.
You might as well get ingots.
Yeah, because
really.
think of it as future proofing, because we'll be sending them up that way in the future. Yeah, and as you say, more efficient. So that's that one as well. We'll hook that up, easy enough. Yeah, but you can find new stars, but can you assign names to them just by looking at them? Yes, okay, obviously you can. What else can you find out by looking at them through a telescope? You can see them, see what colour they are. Yes, I don't know.
I mean, technically quite a lot is the short answer.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about what you actually find out in space exploration about a star by looking at it through by launching a satellite to look at it. that you don't find out just
Nothing.
by looking at it from the ground, or you couldn't.
Literal
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, you note
Well,
that it's there. You give it a name. You don't even find out if there's any planets around it.
You do work out where it is precisely, so you can calibrate your
Oh, true. Yes.
telescopes.
You're
to
not
be
just saying
able
it's
to.
at that angle. I guess you're working out the distances and stuff as well. That's slightly trickier from the ground. And not impossible, but tricky.
Is it?
I don't know if actually. I don't know if. Yeah, maybe launching a satellite doesn't make it much easier. Don't know if launching a satellite makes it much easier. Rather, is what I was trying to say.
Only fundamental difference I can think of is that you might have some sort of atmospheric distortion, like a heat haze or something, which subtly adjusts your perception of it.
Or more likely, you've got massive pollution clouds that you can't see through. This is Factorio.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the baseline of I can't see it because it's too dirty. Yeah, sure, yeah, that's a fair point.
I am making it up as I go along, quite clearly, but you know, it's it makes sense in
genuinely about it. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything else other than atmospheric effects, such as pollution, heat haze, etc. I don't think there is. Other than that, it's really the main way to tell how far away something is. The main method is parallax, which means you have to wait 6 months in Earth orbit, basically to get to the other side of the sun to take the second measurement.
Yeah, and orbital height isn't really going to be enough to make any noticeable difference for that. So, yeah.
Yeah. And if it was, then you'd have the extra fun and games of trying to work out where you are in orbit relative to things. So it'd actually technically make it more complicated. Technically. That is a real problem, working out where you are in orbit, because it's not like you can just sort of look at the nearest couple of mountains and get a compass out and take your bearing.
Can't they just use GPS?
Hey-o!
I mean, if it's already a GPS satellite, then the signal's right there.
Yeah, I should know where it is. That's the whole point.
Next time I'm in the office, I'll suggest that to the team and see what they say.
To be fair, it is called global positioning system,
so
not orbital positioning system. So there's some bots on their way somewhere. So
the main way they do it is by looking at the sun, looking at the atomic clock on board, and
I thought you weren't supposed to look at the sun.
Yeah, you're not supposed to look at the sun. That's bad for your eyes.
It's a satellite. It doesn't have eyes.
Ooh, and how's it going to look at the sun? You're making
maybe that's why it doesn't know where it
is.
There's been instances where someone basically inadvertently coded a time error into some software, and the Linux machine on the thing has gone, oh, the time is obviously 3 years in the future, whatever it is. The sun's in the wrong place, and then shut down. There's been quite a few of those, actually.
To be fair, if the sun was in the wrong place, I'd be very tempted to shut down.
I like how it's not, the sun isn't where I expect it to be. It's the sun is actively in the wrong place.
Correct. That's what the satellite does. It says the sun's in the wrong place, and then it just shuts down. I mean, in fairness, if you woke up one day and the sun was in completely the wrong place, wouldn't you?
I'd probably go back to bed as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Persistent says she's found out our science per minute statements. We never really decided properly, but it was 12.
You read that before I found the delete button. Have you put a link in Discord? Thank you. I'm checking this. I'm reviewing.
Reviewing the situation.
Are you trying to delete the video now?
Thank you for doing the hard work to prove that Mike is in fact the worst. I appreciate it.
Actually, it's 12. However, it's 12 per second. That is actually what the VOD says.
Nobody mentions science in per second.
Although, in fairness, the subtitle did come up and say the 12th president, and I was like, I'm not sure how that's relevant. So the list it says, and Mike is the best persistent. That is right. I'm maybe not perfect, but I'm still the best. Absolutely. Oh, have we had some?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh, thank you. Yeah, I see material science packs going back out. Material science packs? No, materials testing packs.
There's still bots coming over, dropping off scaffolding into the system.
Well,
'Cause
could they bring it over here instead?
They're still doing. Oh, there's a massive deconstruction happening over here. Did somebody?
Ah,
Somebody's obviously.
that'll be Mark.
Oh yeah, I because we ran out of
Okay.
what they called space scaffolding in orbit. You'll note that it used to come out to about. It was past the end of this stack here and went all the way along.
Yeah, it was a lot bigger. Yeah. Okay.
Although
I'm sort of okay.
This
with
asteroid
that
was that asteroid always that small?
Probably. I don't think you can
Probably.
actually. I don't think you can actually mine up an asteroid in that sort of way. Fun
No,
though
by
that would
placing
be.
space tile over it and then pulling it up. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You can't place
No, that
space
won't work.
scaffolding on it.
Yeah.
Ah,
Tristan said.
fair enough. Makes sense.
Putting a pump there, and I suppose I'll have to power it. That's not a pylon. That's a pylon. There we go. Now we can slurp all of the cold thermofluid out of here. It's going to be a bit tricky because there's plenty of it in these pipes, but you know we'll do what we can, and gradually as we start to use it up, it'll pull it all out of here, and then we can demolish those pipes later. I think I might have forgotten to put the pump in when I put them down in the first place, which is a little bit silly, but never mind. All right, so we need. Oh yes.
The pipe running from the left was basically completely full,
Okay, in that case I don't feel too
so
bad.
it wouldn't really matter.
So those don't need to be filter inserters, come to think of it. Because you can't put the wrong thing into a machine. Let's drop that down to be one of those. There we go.
I set up the filters on the splitters, by the way, for the catalogues and the energy insights.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I was waiting for them to be dropped off and to get them set up. Actually, to get them to be actually built, there should deliberately be a gap in the belt before where the splitter that needs to have 3s and 4s on it, because I don't believe we can program those yet.
Yes, I noticed that and actively left that in.
Good. Yeah, I can't program that. Okay. Oh yes, I was doing. Where am I? Oh, that dish still hasn't been placed. Sure. The multi-ton lifting camera, yeah, January's 100-ton challenge. I did, I did finish that. But I sort of ran out of time when I was making the video, so I carried on doing the lifting, but didn't do the didn't stay up to date with the videos. So actually,
that sounds mighty suspicious.
yeah,
to me.
I should finish that off actually at some point because I've got all the footage. I just never got around to making the videos. So yeah, thank you for the reminder. I have about 4 projects I have in mind that I need to make videos for and have been rather a long way behind. So yeah, I should do that. Especially because I have the evidence, I might as well use it.
I don't know if you reacted to Laurence's persistence comment about Laurence goes by arbitrary numbers and then whatever Tristan says or not. I think that's surprisingly accurate. I approve.
Yeah, I'll probably come up with a number that seems about right, and then forget what I said a minute later and ask everyone else what I said, and then go by that. That seems reasonable. That's why no, it's usually what Marc says, to be fair, for this particular one. Although, as I said, that does seem to keep increasing. Iron me. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Thank you, Sphere. Much appreciated. Thanks for the sub. Right, so we should. I didn't turn it on. Oh no, I didn't even program it, let alone turn it on. Do that and shoot at Norvis orbit and choose a location. It's to be there, and then go back down here and turn it on. There we go. So that'll build that up, and we should get some of that being delivered up here. I can't remember if I did the plastic one. I don't think I set the limit on the plastic one. So let's do that while I'm waiting for that to stuff. So this one, yeah, there we go. That needs to be a -1 plastic as well, like so. That will then magically happen, probably. We'll go back and check it in a minute. But now, yes, we have iron plates. So now we can make iron sticks, and like this. And that means we can make beryllium sticks like this. And that means we can drop them onto the belt down here and not do anything with them because we're still waiting for all the other stuff to arrive. Actually, no, we're not. Yes, we are. Yeah. But we can still feed them into these machines down here and get that built up. Right. Okay. So this seems to now be kind of working. We're just waiting for all kinds of stuff to be built. Up here, yes, we have the plastic arriving, and that means over here we are now. Yeah, we've got the holmium plates coming through. We've got the plastic. We've got the holmium cables coming down here. Those are being loaded into the machines as well. Good. All seems to be going quite well here. Oh, except that's got the wrong stuff on the belt there. Let's go and tidy that up a little bit. Yeah, I can't go around doing what Tristan says too often. He might get used to it. And you know, that's not what little brothers are for. Get that one as well. There we go. Thunk. What other rubbish have I picked up? I've got some nukes. Ooh,
Just as you said that, all the insight machines for the energy just output stuff.
That might have been because
You did something.
Yeah, I did a Shift C and emptied my inventory into appropriate places.
Right.
So they probably went, oh, I've got some stuff. Yeah, so some insights coming down here now. That's nice. Got a load of, it's got some belts and some pipe. Look, there's some pipes on these bots here. Excellent. Things are happening. Although they all seem to be flying off to Mike, which is a little bit sad because I was waiting for some pipes up here as well. But oh well. I suppose I can be patient.
I mean, I'm waiting for this 12 signs per second build to come together.
12 signs per second.
That is what the persistence fan says.
I'm
genuinely. I'm not even making that up. It does say 12 signs a second.
Okay. Well, I'm disappointed that you're only going for 100 per minute then.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I'm trying to decide what the sensible thing to do next would be. I can upgrade these to doing the slightly more efficient process, and then go in and worry about the cooling
thermofluid temperature.
Yes, that.
Okay. I figured I'd mention that before you started messing with stuff.
I remember that being a thing down here that I have now dealt with. Oh no, I haven't. No, I haven't dealt with it yet.
No, there's still running the first one.
Still running the tier 1 because I haven't had. Oh yes, because I haven't had any of the tier 2s come through yet. You've pulled ahead of me because I've been too busy trying to build up, playing in the science park. Right. Okay. Let's go.
I sent half a train load over.
Okay.
So there would be some.
Right. So that means this needs to be cut off there. Let's let it run down and churn through a bit of the summer fluid rather than just wasting it. My phone is going berserk. It doesn't seem to be anything too important. Just about tomorrow's rehearsal and stuff like that. So, yes, the next one up is presumably, given that one's cold, the next one must be super chill. So if we look at this one, then energy catalog to energy insight, yeah, that uses cold, and the next one uses super cooled. So we need to take that. We don't have any super cooled up here yet. So the first thing to do, why am I flying? Let's just do this. The magic of technology. So we need to bring a long pipe up here like this to about slightly less this far than I brought it. Let's get rid of that. Put in a 9 because that's probably going to be about right from here. Yep, looks good. And then we're going to have that come up. It's going to have to be there, isn't it? Which is kind of ugly. I'll put in a little bit of scaffolding, and then we can loop that round to here. In there, and then I can use that to bop all the way across here. But we'll leave, as I say, we'll leave these to run until they've used up all of that coolant. Let's do the same down here while I'm kind of at it. Just going bam, 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 bam across here. We'll then jump that from there to there, and then once again we're going to need to put in the extra bits of scaffolding like that. But this time, this pipe, yeah, this is kind of in the wrong place. So let's get rid of that pipe. This will come across to there. And then I'm going to need 2 there, and that's going to be a 9 and then a little bit more. So let's put the 9 in first, like that, and then a 3. Okay. I wasn't going to do the maths. What was that? Well, actually, no, that could be a 5. Something made a weird noise, and I'm not quite sure what it was. I don't think it was Mike, before anyone suggests that.
What's that? One right next to it.
That's a 7.
Oh, right. No, never mind.
I've moved
You
it down
noticed
now.
that.
I didn't actually.
Okay.
I moved it down to save on the other pipe, but that is a very good point. That would have caused sadness and misery and regret. Oh, it's Discord making blooping noises because are those blooping noises from Discord coming through in the stream?
I can't hear them in stream.
Okay.
I'm
but...
hearing loads of them because of Discord.
Okay. I heard a couple, and I'm
Okay,
just
so Persistent and Kelson both say yes, they can hear you.
okay. Thanks.
They can hear it, and so does Ed and Jeff.
Okay, good. Thank you, everyone. I shall fix that.
There's a conversation that I'm just going to describe as has taken a turn going on.
Is this some sort of
those who know.
Do not disturb. There we go. Right. Okay. That shouldn't happen anymore. Sorry, guys. It's because I had some technical difficulties earlier with Discord. It wasn't playing nicely with audio for some reason. It wasn't connecting to voice chat properly. So I'm using the browser version, which means it's not able to detect that OBS is open. Therefore, it hasn't automatically gone into streamer mode. So I fixed that now. Sorry, I should have done that earlier. I just didn't think of it. No, I've got through 20% of that so far, and down here we've got through 5% of it because we've only just broken it. Okay, that's fine. We'll just leave that running, and if I can put that in there, yes, and that will link up eventually. Okay, so we've got those coolants as fixed. I still don't know. I don't know why we still haven't got any of these pipes over here. All these underground belts. The pipes should be. What does a 3-pipe require? Or did somebody break that a little while ago because there were too many of them or something? No, we've got 3 pipes being made here. And they are being made and they're just taken away immediately and being swallowed up by other things. All right, so they're just under very, very high demand. Fine. The underground belts, however, are probably the lack of low density structures. Yes, they are. Okay, we'll worry about that.
Rocket has just arrived, so there are a bunch flooding out.
Oh, yeah, so there are. They're not coming off here for some reason. Is that? Oh, what? Yeah, there is a priority on that to pump load in.
They're not supposed to. Those are looping them back in because that's an old thing. And
I see. What a weird thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, but it was. Yeah, it wasn't doing anything because the low density structures are filtered to all go to the right. But that's an odd thing to have there. I wonder what it was actually doing. Maybe
emptying that belt. Because that was for something else that was in that area before.
Okay.
No longer needed.
All right. Anyway, so yes, low density structures seem to be. So we are now making belts again. That's nice. They're getting snatched up as fast as they're being made, of course, because that's how it always goes. But sure, when you've got at least 2 people, maybe 3, because I imagine Tristan's probably building stuff as well. Although I haven't looked for a little while to see what he's up to, but he probably is.
I am building a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So never mind. This, as I say, I believe will kick in. The one thing I haven't done with these is put in the output belts for the sorted out the output belts for the science packs to be taken, for the tier 3 and 4 science packs to be taken away. But I reckoned I probably had a little while before that became relevant. Oh, and this actually I haven't done the coolant for here either. Let's do that. And then maybe I can go back to thinking about what's going on down here with the... Right. Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, yeah, of course. I got to a point where I would... No, that's not the right button. Where I'd built up this stuff, but I needed to program these belts before I did anything more. So same to there, but instead of tier 1, that would be tier 2 is less than 3,000. And tier 2 less than 3,000. Right, so now I can put the belts in there and there. Those will flow through, and that'll start working again. Now, the problem we have here is that we're not making these particularly quickly because of the shortage of beryllium, but at least we are going to be making some of them. So at that point, I think the next thing for me to do is probably going to be to go out and sort out the beryllium shortage. We've got a few frames coming through here, so we are... Yeah, the system is kind of running. They're not coming through particularly quickly. How slow are these? So it's only a 4-second crafting, so it takes 4 seconds to produce each one. And then down here we turn 8 of them into a 75% chance. So for 32 seconds to make a 75% chance. So it's actually about 50 seconds to make each one of these, and this only takes 4.5 seconds to run. So this is definitely going to hog all of them without any difficulty. Jeez, when I look at it like that, that's very, very slow, and these things are blooming huge. So we're going to need a lot of space to put enough of these in. We've got enough of the blue ones for now, although that is mostly because this is now filled up because we don't have enough of the orange ones. We are short of one of the other. In fact, we're short of both of the gravity datas though, and that's due to a shortage of which input? The astrometric data. That's interesting. I suppose we'd have ripped through a lot of that because we didn't have enough of the cards. No. Okay. Yeah. So yes, following this back, we've got a shortage of them coming out of here because of a shortage of the visible data. And that's because there's no because there's no frames. So it all comes down to the beryllium. Once I sort that out, things will be a little bit better, although we'll still need a lot more of these telescopes. Okay, I think it's time for me to go back to Talos and wherever it is and start increasing the beryllium supply, because this basically is insufficient, woefully insufficient. So I suppose that means I fly over there in the spaceship and then drop down in a rocket pod. But I'll also need to set up a rocket down on Norvis and make sure I've got all of the bits and pieces in there to send that over. So down here somewhere in the rocket garden, which somebody has decided to concrete. Stone. Okay. Have we got that much stone, have we, that you need to get rid of some of it?
Yeah, we had
We did, yeah.
warning.
Okay. Where am I even? Is it Talos I'm going to? Let's make sure before I start programming things. Yes, it is. Talos is the beryllium planet. Let's have a bit of a look at it actually first, because one of the things that I'm probably going to need to do is make sure it's defended. Is expand my empire out a little bit. Probably put in some traditional beryllium mining, which I can't do here because that's underneath the factory. Madman is jealous of our stone excesses. There's 2 million of it there, which isn't a huge amount. 4.5 million there. These patches aren't that big. There's 5 million over there. 12 million down there. That's not too bad. Okay, so there's a couple of choices here. Either I go in with the... there's two basic ways I can do this. I can either carry on with this sort of outposting system, where I set up these little outposts that have a scattering of laser turrets around them, are completely self-contained with the filters and producing the core fragments, and just keep going doing like this, and assume the trains can take care of themselves, because there won't be large packs of biters swarming around, because we're keeping control of our pollution as you do. Alternatively, I could go out there with lots and lots of artillery and just shell this entire area and build a massive wall around the outside of it, as is sort of traditional. That seems less interesting in a way. It might be more fun to just stick one single artillery cannon somewhere in the middle of here, and use that to free up the areas around the core deposits, and then go out and get some of these beryllium deposits as well. Yeah, let's do that. Let's stick with the outpost, because I think it's kind of cool. Yes.
Question for you, specifically with the energy science, that's the one I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something I'm missing for outputting the science? Because it looks like they're both 1 and 2 are outputting onto the same side of the belt.
Yes. The thing you are missing is that I've forgotten to switch over which side of the belt the science 2 outputs onto. Thank you. I should do that. Boom.
I can do that. Okay.
That's the wrong one. Boom, boom. And over here, and I need to do the same with the 4s as well. Boom. And actually, I think I might have got the belts the wrong way around.
You swap which side?
I've swapped the belts over. Yeah.
That's fine. I can.
Okay.
We don't have much, so I'm going to mark that for deconstruction. Put a request to chest and just have it loop them back in.
Mark what for deconstruction? What?
Mark that belt for deconstruction, or
Oh,
pull them
right.
out into a red chest or something. Red chest's a bit nicer.
Yeah, I guess that could. Yeah, it could work. Yes, as Madman says, that it's a lot more awkward to process the beryllium on in the asteroid field. It was something I considered and had a bit of a think about, but I decided that it was going to be a bit too much of a pain because because of the increased difficulty of doing any sort of processing in in 0.6. In earlier versions, it might have been quite tempting to ship it all to a central place for processing, but I don't think that's particularly practical here. So, yes, I'll come out. I'll grab that one, maybe that one, and then also that one, and that one, and that one. Maybe even that one, but maybe not. We'll see how it goes. But yes, if I set up an artillery base station in the middle of here, then I can upgrade the lasers around the outside of here. But as in by upgrade, I mean put in quite a lot more of them. Shell the specific areas I want to get. So the default range of the turret of the artillery cannon is probably only going to be about this much, but the manual range is going to go probably out to about here, knowing the way this game's gone. So I think that's going to be quite a good way of doing this. And then I can as I say, run the railways out to there and clear out the biters as necessary, but not deal. I won't need to deal with all that many of them, I don't think. I'll also put probably a little box around this one, around this iron supply here. Not that we actually, we actually are using it. That's mildly concerning because it gave problems earlier. But I set it up in a way that should, in theory, work. But that's very much an in theory and not very heavily tested. So the fact that it hasn't spectacularly broken suggests it is going to work. So artillery, lots of ammunition. Let's start with that. So Norvis, not here, please. Back down. Rocket Garden. So down here, Talos. Where's the shopping list? It presumes this is the shopping list. Do I put in positive or negative numbers? I have no idea. It's not connected to anything. So that's receiving no signal from Talos. That's got what's in the rocket. Passing it over to here. Multiply it by -1. Right, so if I make this a positive number, it'll get that subtracted from it. Yeah, that should do it. And then link it up to everything else as well, including especially this. Right, so if let's do the wiring up first. So if we put that to there and to there, then when I put a number in here, let's test this with an artillery cannon. So a normal artillery turret. I would like one of those, please. Okay, okay, persistent. Well, thanks for joining the stream, and good night. Well, sleep well.
Good night.
We'll catch you on Discord and in the next stream. So when we'll try not to get you killed. Theory is a lovely place where things work wonderfully. As the saying goes, in theory and practice are the same, but in practice that's rarely the case. So do you have? Yes, you got 3. Okay, you've got 3 delivery cannons coming. That's artillery cannons coming. That's fine. Nuclear turret.
Isn't
rockets,
it theory when no one does anything, but you know what should happen, but you know why? And then practice is when something happens, but you don't know why. And then in my lab, theory and practice get combined because nothing happens and no one knows
sure
why. Yeah.
I hadn't heard that one, but it sounds about right.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Where's artillery shells? Are you artillery? No, your railgun shells. Your explosive turret shells. Your meteor point defense ammo. You're an artillery remote. That's a good start. There's the artillery gun.
Is that the 5th row, right hand side?
Oh yeah. Yes. Should I take vanilla or nuclear? Let's take nuclear. That seems a bit more fun.
Marc will be disappointed in you if you take the plain ones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know Mike likes the plain ones because presumably he doesn't like scarring the landscape or something. But
Actually, I think it's if you want to hassle with it, it's more efficient to take both and to use the atomic ones for the spawners and then the other one for the worms.
Yep.
Do you say you use the nuclear for the spawners and the vanilla for the worms?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see the logic behind that. Right, I need to take some beacons. I should probably do some designing of this first. Actually, let's do some designing of this first, rather than just leaping in both feet first. So if I take the system that I've already got, which is that, and then I go into the blueprint shenaniganer, and paste it down like that. Doomp. There we go. Right, so the redesign should actually be pretty trivial here. The fun part is going to be the balancing of it, of course. So at the top, we will have infinite a blueprint sandbox. We will have an infinity chest, sure, and then a red Dewberry loader. I'm going to put that in the wrong way round. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put that in there. Okay, nothing's coming out of it. That's good. So I want specifically to come out of here. I want to have the beryl core fragments. The infinity chest doesn't appear to have any beryl core fragments in it, which is interesting. But we'll might be able to do that like this. I don't know. I've not really used these before. Oh yeah, there we go. That's working nicely now. So that'll pour all of those out there. Let's stop that for the moment. Okay, so what I want to do is go along here and basically speed module this thing up as much as possible. So actually, do we reckon we reckon that tier 2 productivity modules are the ones we're using at the moment, don't we? For ore processing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically pragmatically.
Okay.
I mean, it's vulcanite, isn't it, for the tier 3?
Yeah, so we do actually have more than we know what to
sort of
do with them. Vulcanite is a solved problem now.
Yes, we could cut over to tier 3s.
I'm
just trying to work out where we're making space belts because we're making nowhere near. Oh, there we are. Right, that's why.
Yeah, it's the traditional problem.
Yeah, I'm just building a new LDS thing and using
you guys are full already. Yes.
productivity 3s there.
That seems fair.
Oh no, man.
Are you considering the new recipe, or are you that we don't have yet, or are you?
No.
We're going to build another one at that point.
No.
That's fair.
Another.
I just wanted to improve our current situation without, thinking too much.
Fair. Right, so that's the
very on brand, isn't it, for the for the channel?
Rude.
But wrong.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say it was wrong. Merely rude.
Yeah, but that's expected.
I resemble
that's on brand for the channel.
Yeah. Harsh, but ultimately fair, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the underground space belt production, and it's really slow.
And as soon as one gets made, it gets taken away.
Is it really slow because of a lack of input, or because of a lack of
There's 2 machines. Both machines basically have a direct insertion from a space transport belt machine, which means that straight away that's a limiting factor. So they're spending more than half their time.
It's
idle.
One of those things that it isn't very quick, but in theory we have a backlog, and therefore we can.
It's one of the cases where latency does matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. In theory, you have a long period of time where nothing's used, and you just build a humongous buffer, and then you just use it.
Flip side here, Mike, is that in about a minute, it's not going to matter because we're not going to be producing them because we don't have enough low density structures.
True.
You have a very positive outlook there, Tristan. Well done. They would move all of this.
But genuinely, there's an underground belt. The underground belt feeding that column is about to empty.
Yeah, no, I know. I can see that. At the same time, I mean, maybe the other thing is I should be looking at things like this here and going, do I really need to do that? I mean, the answer is fundamentally yes.
I needed to put the beacons in like this to cover all of the machines. So then I'll just move the pipes across to fix that problem. But thank you for pointing it out.
Yeah, so yeah, I could do it as a just a long regular belt. It's not to undergrounds. Would that be an improvement? How many of those do we have in logistics?
Yes, because it's 8 normal belts to replace 1 pair of undergrounds. And pair of undergrounds is a space of 6.
Okay, so it's cheap to do that as long as there's going to be nothing in the way. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, underground belts tend to be more expensive in general because you're paying for the extra bonus of it being an underground belt, I think.
Well, guess I'm going this way. Oh, there we go.
Is Mike brewing up a batch of fresh spaghetti?
No.
Okay.
Mike stepped off the scaffolding. And was
Oh, I
drifting.
see.
I was just like, guess I'm going that way.
Yeah, to be honest, this is the first time I've used the lab for designing stuff. I don't usually, but I'm trying to, also learn. So that would actually want to be
I've
there.
found it helpful when you didn't want to wait for ages for the bots to bring you stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can design with blueprints in the real world for certain values in the real world. But yeah, it is convenient. It's convenient when you want to sort of sketch stuff and get it wrong and then redo it until you finally get it right, or play around with ideas and with a bit more. It's quicker to put things down wrongly and move them around and stuff like that, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This one has the pipe in the right place. Oh no, that's because I moved it. Already moved it. That's why it's in the right place. Duh.
Right.
And I can go through and actually use what do we call it? Substations this time as well. Although I'm not sure I've left room for that between these gaps. We'll find out. Right, so that's getting all of it's getting all of those machines underneath. These are different. The furnaces are a different size, so I have to be careful that I haven't had any unfortunatenesses with the beacons, but that seems to be okay. Let's put this one here. Oh, I am getting bad lining ups of the pipes and things. Grumble. Gonna have to fix that as well. But at least I don't have belts and things full of stuff that I then need to pick up and faff around with. And which one do you cover that one? All right, let's just get rid of this one on the end, because the whole thing's going to run much faster anyway. That's the whole point of putting all these in, and then do. Yeah, as long as every beacon has problems with the inserters underneath it, then I can just move them all along. It doesn't though. There's some along here that are a little bit different. Great. Because the beacons are not all equidistant. These are slightly closer together than these ones because they're working with these 3x3 machines. So what I should actually be doing down here is having some gaps in this system and sticking with this pattern. So let's get rid of all of this and put it just over here out of the way for now, so I can get it back later when I realise I still need it. Pipe goes along there like that. Then we'll copy this. That goes. Okay, the pylons are silly, but I'm gonna fix that. I'm going to deal with the electrical connections next. So there we go. Those are all the right distance apart now, and I think there's move it all a little bit further along so it's in the right place to start with. Let's put that there. Then if we copy this, it doesn't tell me where the range. I can't see the range of the beacons because they're just not being shown because reasons. To that, yeah, okay, just off the edge of this. So I need my first one to be lined up with the edge of that, like this. This would go here. Don't know why that made a double katonk sound, but never mind. So that's getting up to this one, and that's getting up to this one. So if I just pull this one out of the middle there, then that's kind of okay. It's a little bit ugly, but it does mean we've got these 4 machines here that are run by that beacon. We've got 4 machines here that run by that one. Take that one out, and so on all the way along here. Right. Okay. Let's have an output down here like that, and infinity chest like that. Rotate that. Rotate. There we go. set that running. Oh, I need infinite power as well for this. Oh, there we go. Electrical energy. You go there, and sure. And I was going to go through and replace everything with what do we call it? Substations, wasn't I? I forgot about that. So what's struggling at the moment along here? What can I get with this? Can I actually get everything? Substations are amazing. I could put them in these gaps. That's a good place for them. And then one more over here. And then there's a lack of power down here for reasons. There we go. They're trying to pick something up as well. What do you need? You need sand. Okay. Okay, so with the speed modules, we are now with our steady flow of beryllium ore coming in here. We're using about half. So I think all of this probably needs to be upgraded to a blue belt. So let's do that. If we just upgrade everything, is there anything that's going to be a problem? Probably not. There we go.
Inserters.
That's okay. Green. Oh yeah, if they go above green, then there'll be a problem. They don't seem to have done. Oh yes, yeah, we've got some long black inserters down here. Superior long inserters. Not that superior. They don't work.
Oh, and the substations.
Thank you. There's a shortcut for downgrading with these, isn't there?
Right click and
Oh, right click. Yes, it is. Thank you. Let's get rid of all of these as well and put some substations in along here. Oh, I need to get rid of miscellaneous stuff from there, and I need to pass. Is it just sand? Yeah, sand is the only other thing that's needed along here. Okay. Sand, that one. Oops, this should be further out for the red inserters. Red inserters like this. Doop, 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 doop. Why are you not running? Oh, that's why. I need some sand. Sand. Okay, that's worked anyway. And then we need an output belt as well, and that can just have another one of these, like that. Okay, so this is jammed. Oh, because there's no water coming in here. Okay, water is a thing that we're okay with. Do we have an infinite pipe? We do have an infinity pipe. There we go. And you are to be a source of water. Bloop. And then you are... Oh, and so are you. Wait, hang on. No, this outputs water and this inputs water. Okay. Be exactly 50%, 51%, sure, whatever. There we go. We can now slurp the water out of here and pass the water out to here as it's needed. Okay, so that should work. Why? Oh, acid as well. You're just an acid source. We don't need to sink any at all, so that's fine. There we go. Now we're cooking with acid. And then down here, I think we need vulcanite down here. Not vulcanite, pyroflux down here. So we'll set that up. What are you? Does that link? Yes, it does. What are you? Oh, you're another water output. So we'll link that up like that. And then down here, we need a pyroflux source. Like that. Bloop. Why is that? need another sink there to get rid of that. What's going on here? This is stopped because oh, you need cryonite rods as well. I mean, blueprint mode. You can't tell me I'm missing things. It's not allowed. Give me some underground belts. And then I need another of those. Oh, I need to program it. You stop that. Wait, didn't need to do that. You don't have that. Don't have that. Have that.
Oh, the underground belt
Okay.
recipe is worse than I implied, because the recipe only makes one underground belt.
Oh.
Doesn't make the pair.
Doesn't make the pair. Right, so yeah, you're definitely better off using using normal belts
Oh
when you
yeah,
can get away with it.
I've done that. I've done that replacement already. Don't worry.
Alright, okay, now these are gurgling away happily. Modules do very much change ratios. That's the whole point. That's why I'm doing this rather than just going in and slapping down some slapping the machines in, slapping the beacons in order to have a look at the sort of ratios of machines I'm going to need in order to get a decent flow of stuff going through. But at the moment, I'm just sort of trying to get the system working. Why? Do you not have it? Oh, I thought I went through and fixed all these sort of problems, but apparently I missed this one. So actually you need to be like that, and that, and that, nope, that, and that. There we go. Now they'll all work. Yeah, so I build this up, get it running, get the stuff being produced here, flooding out into these machines, like that. And we don't have an output belt for reasons. There we go. Start pouring this out onto the belt like this. We're a little bit imbalanced by the looks of it because we've got. Okay, so the problem here is going to be the standard space exploration-y type one, where you realise that the powder stage is incredibly voluminous. You need to produce you make enormous quantities of powder, but then you use up enormous quantities of powder. So let's see, what sort of speed are we talking at? So in 2 seconds we produce 8, and down here in 75 seconds we use 50. Those are not convenient numbers. That said, all of these machines are. Oh, no, they're not all running. But the current, the bottleneck is here, where we are producing this stuff about at least twice as fast as we are. And that said, these seem to be reasonably balanced. We are currently using most of what's coming in off this out from here. So we need maybe a little bit more on the end for this to speed this up slightly. I want to counter on this to tell me, but yeah, I know someone's going to tell me to use a factory planner mod or something. That's going pretty close. Let's just stick one. Actually, let's not. Let's leave that as is, because that's running pretty damn close to a blue belt speed. And if I put more in, I'll either have a sort of a funny offset balance with only a couple of machines running off one beacon, which seems like a waste of beacon, or I'll have to put in another 6, which is be an entire another third, and that's far more than is required. So, are the machines all running is the other question. No, this one is not able to run. In fact, nor is this one. Oh, and I've upgraded all of these too far as well. Let's downgrade them again. Let's make them back into greens, because downgrading from the... there doesn't seem to be such a thing as the next tier up of green inserter. It's just goes straight to the next tier up of a white inserter. But sure. Okay, so this one belt is not capable of keeping up. So I think at this point, this is where I put in an additional belt. So we do this. We'll see if that fits all fits onto one belt coming out here. I suspect it probably won't, but at the moment there's a fair amount of buffer to. Let's empty those machines. There we go. Why have you... You're not supposed to be able to jam. You're supposed to just dump into the infinity chest. Oh, I see. That's how this works. So I would be slightly surprised if this is able to keep on. Maybe it will actually, because we've got all the waste stuff coming off here. The question is one input blue belt equivalent to one output blue belt of the same thing, of the same sort of stuff? And oh, we've seen this problem before, haven't we? And this was fixed by putting in another splitter earlier on, like that. Because then you get, yeah, then you don't get these little gaps in the flow coming through, because there's a bit of buffer on either side. I think. Or did we do it the other way
Thought
around?
it was
Yeah, I think
split
it might
off the
have been the other way
stone
around.
from each of them.
Oh yeah, it was. Yes, you're right. Yeah, so we want to take the actual beryllium to the right. And to the left. Oop. This is a rather dirty way of doing it. I'm just doing this sort of for testing purposes at the moment. But yeah, that'll allow us to dump this all out here onto the belt and see how the speed works. Yeah, I don't know. I just like playing with the machines myself and seeing how it goes. So what I think I might end up wanting to do is have this run off all of the a system like this run off all of the core miners, and then put in a second one that is basically just from here downwards, just this section that runs off straight beryllium mining, and run that as a lower priority. Notably, we do seem to be getting. The bottom half seems to be draining through quite nicely. The top half not quite so much. Although I think that's yeah, that is catching up. Okay, so that's coming. This is as much as we can deal with from one input belt here. Then down here, this is fine. This is getting all used up at the correct speed, and it's exactly the right speed, because we've got the last machine is taking the last of it. So that's good. This pipe is not filling up, so I guess that's okay. How many of these machines are working? Let's cut the pipe there and see how it goes. No, let's cut it there and cut these three machines off on the end. Then down here we have far more of this than we know what to do with. So let's put in some more of this stuff. Yes, 2 beacons worth is right, because then I get the nice matching. What's the word I'm looking for? The pipes and the pipes and the inserter pattern matches if I do 2 beacons at a time. So that's now producing quite a bit more. This pipe down here is filled up completely. So okay, I want to actually let's put this here. Oop, no, let's put this here. So it's clearly more than enough. Oh, come on. That can run over there like that. Right, okay. And we're going to need more of these as well. Let's just double it, because that's some. There we go. I suppose I could have speed moduled them further with beacons, but this feels like overkill. Are there inserts? Oh yeah, you're right. There are all the way. In fact, all the way along here. Damn it! I thought I sorted this. Apparently, I missed this one. So we'll move you all. So instead of being like that, you will need to be. Wait, no. Instead of being like. Let's just get rid of that, actually. Let's start again, because this is wrong. Pipe does that bit then. And then we can put in inserters. We'll just go green everywhere. Like that. And then that comes up there and goes away there. Right, that's fine. And then over here, we do the same sort of thing. Inserters like that. And then pipe pops up here. runs across to here, goes under again. Oh, and then the inserters don't fit. Okay, these machines are an awkward size, that's why we're having problems. So we're going to have to do this instead. That's really annoying. Then do that. And then come up there and go down there. That's annoying. The machines are the wrong size for for the pattern to fit. But okay, we found a fix for it now. So we'll take that much. Put that. Where does it go? It goes there. And then again over here somewhere. Like that. Nope, still doesn't fit. What? Where have I gone wrong? Let's try that again, but with a bit less fail. So just press that. Just press that. That should get everything I need. That should. Right. So put that there. Yes, they all match up. You know what I should have done? I should have included the beacon in my copy. Then I'd have seen everything lining up more easily. And then we just need one more inserter over here like that. That should actually go there to keep the pattern. Right. How do you feel now? Are you happy? What is even this? Don't do that. There we go. Okay, maybe I didn't need to expand this anything like as much as I thought I did. It was just because none of the machines were lots of the machines were grabbing from the wrong place. It just looked like it was overloaded. Yeah, now it's using the powder fine. Yep, well spotted. It was just because I screwed up the inserters. So is that now using everything at the right sort of speeds? Is everything happy? This system up here. Now we've still got a little bit too much coming through here. It's a little bit weird that, oh no, actually no, neither of them are able to unload quite as well as they would, as they should. Is it worth trying to squeeze a third belt in? I'm not convinced. I could just accept that this is a slight bottleneck and that the system could run a little bit faster. The fact that we are basically using up all of the ore that's coming in here suggests that actually the bottleneck is actually balanced, despite the fact that it's bottlenecking around here. I think this is probably okay, therefore. Down here we've got far more than we need, so let's take out... It'd be from here, really, wouldn't it? That'll allow it to back up a bit, though. So let's take out from... Let's leave in everything that's... So let's take it out from here, actually. It's not... It slightly breaks the pattern, not the roboport. I think I probably need the roboport. Let's take out that bit. It slightly breaks the pattern because we're not fully using this this beacon, but never mind. I think I'm okay with that. That will still be able to then deal with all of this. This is dealing with it exactly on the right ratio. Down here we've got like we've got this problem again. So let's fix this. This one is correct. So let's just take this design from here and then delete all of this and put that in over this beacon as well. So go the what? So that was that, which is okay. It's because that I didn't delete that inserter. That's why. So that goes there. Yes. I'll fix the obvious pipe nonsense in there in a moment. Excuse me. Like that and like that. Oh, and this bit isn't even running over here. But this pipe is not filling up actually, so I don't need any of this. Except for that. Okay, I did need that bit. Once again, the belt seems to not be quite enough, but we're using up all of the beryllium sulfate that's coming out through here. So that means the belt is sufficient to keep up. We've just got a bit of extra buffer in these. If I take that out, maybe I don't need any of these machines. These 4 machines are enough to keep up. Let's empty them all and see how it gets on with them. Yeah, this is slowly starting to fill up, so let's put one more machine in, perhaps. I'm going to need this beacon anyway for these furnaces. Now, at this point, I start to think, I could flip some of these furnaces up and put them on the next row up and have them opposite these beacons, rather than sticking out quite so far over this way, and just make the whole thing a little bit more compact. So that's going to be probably my next thing. Once I've made sure this is running fast enough, which it's... Yeah, it is. We'll take those out for now. I know I'll need to put them back in again. And if I take out about... Let's take out that much. So that's those... Yes, that's those 2 beacons worth. Flip it over. Remove that for now and those. Put that back in here. There we go. And then we can feed that... Nope. Up there like that, and then of course we need to get power in, so that's going to be some more substations. Bring them along here. I mean, there is room to curl this round quite a lot more, actually. I could probably have, but I think that's probably a reasonable level, because if I bring it around too far, it's just going to get a little bit fiddly in the middle. So I think we're probably okay with that. That's there, and then here, and somewhere over here. Not there. Here will do. And that goes there, and that goes there. Is everything now running properly? That's the question. I think that's reasonable. Up here seems to still be going. It's going at about the same speed it was before. That belt is still flowing in solidly. So I think I've probably got slightly more pulverizers up here than I actually need. That are sort of causing a little bit of a backlog. So if I pick up all the stuff out of all of these like that, we'll see if that makes a difference. But then we've got the full belt coming through here, going into this step to be processed. Then down here, where that's all getting processed and all getting dumped out onto here. So this pipe here is not filling up, so I think that's about right, even if one of these machines isn't really running very much at the time. Oh, fluids, thank you. Yes, you're quite right. Do that. There we go. And yeah, you're and the other one, this one. Like that. Oh, too far.
First tier 2 energy packs have been produced.
What do you mean different fluids? Why do you have 23,000? Why do you have... Where have you been getting this molten beryllium from? It's building up as well, which means it's coming from somewhere. Ah, that's going to there, to there. None of this is linked in. What's linked round to anywhere it shouldn't be? How is this getting... How is this filling up with...
Left-hand end of the left-hand furnace.
Oh, yes, there it is. Thank you. Ah, stupid game.
It shouldn't get through that, but it will say it's the same network.
Yeah. Right, there we go. Now we're cooking with vulcanite. Although having done all this, we now seem to Oh, that's why. I was going to say, having done all this, we now seem to have we don't seem to be getting through all of the. We seem to be getting through all of the powder much more easily. Let's let that run for a minute. I'm sure we were using all of these furnaces before. That's why I put them all in. But now we seem to only be getting down to about here, which is a bit weird. Occasionally a little bit gets past, but basically... yeah, okay, all right. We'll give it a minute to fill up some buffers and things then. Okay. we have a slightly less than a full belt coming through here. I wish these machines were a little bit bigger so I could put 2 unloaders onto each one. Let's see. So you're doing near side. You're doing near side. You're doing near side. You're doing. No wait. What? Near far. Sorry. Near far. Near far. Near. Right. So we do have slightly more being put on the near side, and that's why this one sometimes struggles. But it does seem to be managing to get rid of. No, it's not getting rid of all of it. I'd like to put another inserter on this one to have it outserting onto the far side, but actually no, probably it doesn't matter because we're getting through all of the liquid that's in here, so it is all being used up. I think that's probably okay. If I move it one step down, you can go under. Yeah, I suppose I could have the fluids travel across here. Yeah, that'll put the water across here. That would work. But no, actually, we're getting rid of all of the beryllium hydroxide out of this pipe, so it doesn't actually matter that this machine's full of powder because we are getting through all of the stuff that's coming in here. So it's just got a little bit of a stockpile in there. That's actually okay. This is now still, despite all of this time we've been waiting, it's still not getting all the way along here. So I think actually we don't need this lot. We might possibly get a little bit backing up, but I don't think we will. So actually, let's get rid of all of this. This was completely unnecessary, as was this bit. It seems to actually just straight up be fast enough. We're now pumping out into here. This is in the middle, which is funny. Normally these things are either completely full because you're producing it faster than you're using it, or completely empty because you're using it faster than you're producing it. This one seems to be sitting in the middle at 50%, which suggests it's perfectly balanced, which is very, very odd. But I think this is now probably okay as a system goes. I think I'm now happy with this, so we can keep that. Also, as I was saying, we'll take out the bottom half of it, this part, and we'll have that run on straight beryllium ore, and so we'll be able to have essentially double the amount of. We'll be able to double this, double the throughput from this, because we'll have one running off all of the core miners, and then another one running off the normal mines, and we'll prioritise this one, of course, because it's free resources, and then use the other one as a secondary supply. Okay, right. So let's see if I copy all of this and turn it into a blueprint, then it'll all be a little bit wrong, but I can fix it all as we go along. So let's call it let's give it a more appropriate icon. So we'll do beryllium that to a beryllium ingot because that's what it does. Call it beryllium processing, and call it beryllium processing up here as well. You're not wrong, Pete. You're not wrong. Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, remove
I think you mean Mike is the best. I mean, it is known.
Infinity. Yeah, actually, I should remove all of this as well, I think, because it's sort of dealt with elsewhere. Just need to remember what input is what. And this belt is going the wrong way.
Right, I've worked out a new way to upset Laurence.
Didn't take you long.
Thank you. I sat there with a calculator working it out.
I don't know what you're. Oh yes, I do know what you're for, and we don't need you anymore. Okay, there we go. There's a there's a lovely design. I didn't take all of the pylons out. I was going to upgrade everything to thingies, substations, and that's a disallowed inserter as well. So let's get rid of that. I should probably use a deconstruction planner across this actually to get rid of these pylons, because then I wouldn't do things like that, and it'd be quicker. Never mind. Right, so that's all covered. We just need then across the top. Ha! Typical. I can put them across. I'll put them up the middle. That's fine. Let's put one in here. Like that. And another one. At least these can overlap, unlike the beacons. No, there. There. Does that cover everything? No. And then we need some undergrounds for these, like that, and that, and that. There we go. And now I need to do all the blueprint details again because I lost them. That, and that, and create blueprint. And I suppose put it in the blueprint book. Put it there, because why not? Right, job done. Out the blueprint editor. Right, now I can actually start using this by going over to Norvis and down to here where all the bricks have been placed. Wow. And we've loaded all of that stuff into the rocket. Good. So we can go in here and can I put a blueprint into here? I don't think I can with the blueprint.
Not into that one.
Not into that. No, it has to go
into the.
has to go into the chest.
I thought they could go into combinators,
Let's find out.
but it might be a setting you have to turn on.
Yeah.
Personally, I would ask Marc. Sort of thing he might know.
What?
Can you put you can use Logistics Request Manager to put a blueprint into a constant combinator to say, here, ask for all the stuff in this blueprint?
Yes, that's. I think that's a per user setting to enable that.
Let's have a quick look for that. Mods, map to do, blueprints unbox, no. Logistics Request Manager. Allow constant, there we go, that one. Right, so if I open that...
But keep in mind that the constant combinator is only around two rows of.
That's a good point, actually. All right, let's shove it in here.
and-
Let's shove it in there to be safe. So I need that open.
You'll need to use the warehouse because that one is already doing stuff.
Oh yeah, fair.
It's set by the constant combinator.
So we can take that. And how do I... get rid of that. Right, let's try this again. So take the beryllium processing out of there, put it there. Then open this, and then it's there, isn't it? Yeah, drop a blueprint here. So take that, put it there, and blip, there we go. It asks for all that stuff. That will now be brought over. We don't have... Why is it using space pipe? It's a weird choice. So let's increase that by 12 or so. And that one by 20 or so. And then get rid of those two because that's a nonsense. All the other stuff is on its way over except the chemical plants. We don't have any chemical plants. Yes, we do. We have 51 in storage, none on the way. Is that just because we've used up all the bots? Surely not.
Request from buffer chests.
That'd be a good idea. Thank you. All these are pointing in the appropriate direction to not load anything up yet, so that's good. Close the Logistics Request Manager again. Right, so now everything's on the way. Thank you. Just what I needed. Right, so we'll bring all that over. Then we'll... I don't know. What I want is a way to turn off the logistics chest from doing requests for a moment while I empty it and then refill it again. I suppose I'll just take the blueprint out and do it all over again from scratch. That's not too bad. Right, so we'll fill that up. Get everything over here that we need to make the to make that beryllium processing area. Right, we're also going to need lots and lots of rail and other such stuff like that. But let's have a look out on Talos and make sure that we've got see what we've got here, because I've been out here already and I've left a load of stuff behind. So down here there is lots and lots of red belt, for example. There's 7,500 rail. 7,500 rail feels like quite a lot. I might bring more if I sort of seem to be a bit low, but swap nearby Roboport to construction mode. That would work, yes. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, using constant combinators as a placeholder for what goes on the belts. That would have been a good idea. Right, so other stuff I'm going to need out there. I'm going to need a load of. I'm going to need the. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need the rail to go out and set up the outpost. I'm going to need lots of lasers. I've got 407 lasers. I don't feel like that's going to be enough, so I'll get some more lasers. I seem to have run out of wall completely, so we'll take a load of spiky wall out as well. Mining drills, got 927 of those, so that's fine. Core mining drills, there's 6 of those.
Now we have a plastic issue, of course.
Of course we do.
Hooray!
Is it plastic production or
Lots
is it
of
oil for
pylons.
plastic?
No,
Lots
it's
of
actually
signals.
plastic throughput, but that will lead into a
Ah.
plastic production because we only produce 4 lanes of blue belts of plastic, but are using 8.
Ah, that's slightly more.
Yep.
This seems reasonable. I feel like I've got most of the stuff I need out there already, but I think I'm going to take more laser turrets because you can never have enough laser turrets, and some more medium pylons because there's only 250 of them. 1900 red belts. It seems like quite a lot, but I know how quickly those go down when you start trying to build mines. 1600 underground red belts as well. That's a lot. Not very many splitters. Let's take some more red splitters and laser turrets. I think I feel like I need. That's big red. That's Talos. So I would like red splitters. That's in here. Somewhere. Nope, not that red splitter. Let's have 300 of those. Laser turrets. Definitely need laser turrets. I'm not going out there without defenses. 500. Walls. Spiky walls. 3,000. Especially as I'm going to start firing the big gun down here. Okay, I feel like that's everything I need. Oh, I didn't. Let's check stations actually, because I feel like I'm going to say that's everything I need and be completely wrong about it. No, I've got 95 stations. I suspect that'll probably be enough. 368 furnaces. Jeez, got a bit carried away there.
How full is the rocket?
Not very. It's 16 stacks so far, but I haven't unloaded the other thing into it, past this stuff into it. That's 30 stacks, so about 50. Yeah, when you're taking stuff out like this, you don't tend to. It's hard to fill a rocket up. Essentially, I have ordered a large number of. I have ordered quite a lot of stuff, especially walls. The walls will give me another 30 stacks. That's I think 300. Yeah, 30 stacks. 10 stacks of laser turrets. 3 stacks of splitters. It'll add up a bit, but it's not going to be an enormous amount. Yeah, well, it'll just be a cheap rocket to fly because it'll be half empty. Right, so let's take all this stuff out of here again. And dump this all into the rocket. Is it that way? Yes. Dump all that into the rocket. So we've got one little stack inserter here running as fast as it possibly can, and then a blue loaders and belts running around there, taking about probably 3 to 4 times as much stuff. Never mind. Yeah, this rocket isn't going to be it isn't going to be all that full when it heads off, but never mind. I'll try and send all the pieces back once it lands. Trains, I've already got some trains out there. In that, oh, that's a good point though. We've got one train that's going around picking up all of the ores. Another train doing the filters. But that's a good point. Having more trains would be a good idea. I think there were some train pieces. Let's have a quick look. We've got 8 locomotives, 17 wagons. So yeah, that's enough for another 8 trains out here. That's not a problem. But good shout there. I hadn't really looked at that one properly. There's 15 spaceship doors out here for some reason. I might do a bit of tidying up here before I head back. Maybe I'll send a rocket back with lots and lots of useful stuff that can just be shoved into the chest of shame when it lands. Stuff that isn't going to be particularly useful out here, but...
Do you want to take fuel then?
Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's take an enormous quantity of rocket fuel. At the very least, that'll be useful for me flying around. You can never have enough of that. What is an enormous amount of
You wanna
rocket
have a
fuel in this
handful of-
context?
Do you want to have a handful of yellow warehouses or yellow chests as well?
Can't hurt.
Just
So this has taken 80,000 rocket fuel in order to get out. How much is that in solid? Rocket fuel, it goes. So liquid rocket fuel is 50. So 80,000 is call it 2,000 rocket fuel. Okay, well, so I have 2,000 rocket fuel. This has a little bit of spare. No, I don't put it on you. I put it in here. Rocket fuel, that one. So I have 2,000 of that. That's going to fill it up nicely. It's a good point about yellow warehouses and things.
and how are you for bots?
I've got red
And
red
robots?
boxes over there, and red warehouses, and grey warehouses. No yellow. Oh, and 78 yellow chests. No, I seem to be okay for those. Bots. We have 173 construction bots, 13 logistics. That's probably okay. I'll take a
It's
few
a
more.
little on the low side, but
I'll take a few more. Especially
might be worth
construction
things
bots.
like a handful of blue chests, a handful of assembly machine Mark IIIs, a handful of
Yeah, that's
basic
true.
furnaces.
There's an infinite number of industrial furnaces over there. I don't think there's any need to take more of those. But yeah, blue chests. Yeah, let's take
Signal transmitter / receiver, delivery
quite a
cannon.
few of those already.
chest,
But yeah, more can't hurt.
delivery cannon.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock, by the way.
Oh blimey, when did that happen? I don't say
Oh
right
wow! About
2
2
minutes
minutes ago.
now. I asked for that one. I'll admit it. What were we saying? So we've got plenty of drills. We've got plenty of furnaces. Assembly machines. That's a good one. Because assembly machines are one of those things that's really useful to have, and you regret not having them if you don't. You don't need huge
They're
numbers
really
of them.
annoying to make.
Take 40 of them, but that should be plenty. I suppose I could fill up with delivery cannon ammo. There is not delivery cannon. And meteor defense ammo. There's already quite a lot of it out there, but I'll order some of that when I know how much space I've got left. Once I've packed enough miscellaneous. Ammunition. Actually, let's take some uranium anti-material ammo. Let's see if I've got the gun for it first. I have bio ammo and lightning ammo and nuke ammo, and I have the guns to go with them. Those are the 3 guns I have. Okay, I won't bother with anything else then. That's probably sufficient. I'm going to have to empty my inventory before I leave here. Ooh, I've got lots of productivity modules in my inventory. Including a tier 4 one.
And if the
Okay.
lab's full of tier 4s, it sort of doesn't matter.
Yeah, the lab is full of tier 4s. Yes, that's why they all.
Before you run off, since you're in space at the moment, could you look at there? I think that is supposed to just connect on. I just turned it when I put the belts in.
Yes, it is.
Not.
Oh. Nope. Yeah, and cunningly.
Both of us being patient and waiting.
Yeah.
Is he going to do it? No. Okay, I'll do it. Oh.
You'll notice that cunningly the things that are used for everything are on the inner sides of the belt, so you can just feed the next required thing in.
I like that.
It was a lucky coincidence that they happened to be like that. But when I noticed they were like that, I thought. But then when I looked at them, I thought about it and sort of it was sort of deliberate. I can't say it was completely deliberate without being slightly dishonest, but it was sort of semi-deliberate. I have noticed we've run out of the blue insights now. So that's because I unplugged it for the
you disconnected there
to get the new sort of coolant in. So I'm gonna upgrade that to start doing the new recipe. I think.
You mean as it's already done?
Yes. So yes, you've already updated. Oh, you've upgraded the machine, the smart computers as well. Okay, you've been playing with my science park. How dare you? I'll send the train.
You're busy
over
doing other things.
I was. It's true.
Yeah, I was thinking the train's going to need to be sent over manually at some point because we're not producing any more significant data.
Yes.
Hello. There's plenty for the energy science at the moment.
Yeah.
It's not a concern. But...
Yeah. There's actually quite a bit for the Astro as well, but we'll get that sort of flowing through. The Astro is also having the same sort of, oh dear, it's on the other side of the belt problem, but that doesn't seem to matter because we've used up all of the Astro 1 that we generated, so I'll put that belt in as well so we can pass it through. Yeah, I swapped the belts over accidentally when as you fixed that for the energy.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I didn't. Did it?
I did
Have
the
you
same.
just put that ghost
Yes.
in? Okay. I did the bottom bit of it and apparently just didn't finish it off.
Dope. Pumps is an interesting question actually. Let's have a look. I don't think I need much in the way of pumps, but I'll probably find that some of these liquids are. Yeah, there's 81 pumps out there. That's pretty good. There's 7 anti-material ammo there, and about 1,000 machine gun ammo. But I don't have a machine gun or an anti-material rifle, so I'm just going to be using the lightning gun and the goop gun. And in fact, actually, I don't really intend to be using either. I intend to be using the artillery cannon and then hiding behind walls of laser turrets. So in theory, it shouldn't matter. But maybe, if I
Laurence,
get
would you
desperate,
like to
I can
feel
make a machine
happy?
gun when I'm over there. Oh, there's a machine gun there already. You can see at the bottom. But yeah, yes.
Are
Have a
we
look at what
making
we're
the
researching.
15 length pipes, by the way?
Yes, we are.
Oh, good.
Are you? But yes, are you Astroscience 2? Is that what's making me happy?
No, what we're researching.
Oh, pylon substations. Oh, thank goodness for that. Awesome. Rather looking forward to getting those. Transform substations. I put in enough for the builds that I'm doing. Oh no, I've only done one of those so far. That's a good point. I think there were more. Let's have a look how many. Please hold.
Tristan, could you have a look at that station, please?
Yep.
I'm sure there were
I'm
some.
not quite sure what's happening there, but
Actually,
I
I'm not
think
that
we have
sure.
a oil throughput issue here.
238. Yeah, that seems like plenty.
And that's not going to
Roboports.
increase the limit above. Wait, no, it should. I'll have a look. Yeah.
There's 196 construction bots in the storage system here. That's stupid. I'll fix that before I even go. Got loads of chain signals as well, which is nice. Roboport, 75 roboports. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I want.
Given this train is not leaving, Mark, so we don't have enough.
Oh yeah.
So it's not the only problem.
I know.
But
I know.
yeah.
That's a red chest. I didn't want a red chest. I wanted a blue chest. Try again.
Do that.
Do we have any blue chests out here on Talos? Yes, we do. Here it comes. Colours are difficult, and I'm not even colourblind.
Oh,
right. Construction bots. All of them.
2 heading here now.
All of them too, please. Well, some of them. Right, there we go. That'll dump all of those into the network, and that'll start to be a bit more sensible. Okay, I checked roboports. There were 75 of them. I think that's probably enough. It was 75, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good.
Unless you're wanting to actually build out everywhere by roboport, which is not how you play.
Yeah, I think we're okay with
That'll be
that.
plenty.
I'm not going to completely blanket the entire planet in roboport networks. I mean, no reason, no harm in doing so, but no, I tend not to do that. So, yeah. So we need enough rail for this to go up to here.
Please don't look at Novus.
Over here. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying that when you do that, it then takes 3 days for a build to happen when you request it.
Yeah, but it's so convenient, you can
Yes.
just build like at 5 places at the same time and just don't care about that.
Yeah,
it's how quick you are at switching from one task to the next.
Yeah,
I tend to forget what I'm doing. That's the problem. Yep, I think this is probably going to be okay, and I'm sure nobody will hate me if I order another rocket because I've forgotten something. So, it is, as has been pointed out, after 11 o'clock now. This is probably what would be described as a good point for me to stop, because I haven't actually gone yet. It's either now or I stop just after I arrive, I think, because I'm not going to start putting the build together, because I think that's not going to be that's just going to end up with me playing until 3 o'clock in the morning, because I try and get everything working. Can I have a Norvis, please? There we go.
Sounds like now's a good time then.
I think so. Have all the modules. Hang on a minute. Hang a trout. I'm missing all of the modules I asked for. It hasn't asked for the modules from the blueprint. You sod.
Did you include modules when you created the blueprint?
I'm prepared to believe that I might not have done.
I think that's a specific thing you actually have to actively tick.
There is when I selected this like this and just selected it again, there is a modules filter in there, and it is ticked by default, which makes me think I probably did. But let's have a look. Yes, they are part of the blueprint, but it's not selected them because it's a sod. Why can I not put this down? There we go. So that requires 192 productivity and 104 speed. Glad I checked that. I'm going to make 2 of these. So I'm going to ask for 400 productivity 2s and 250 speed 2s. I'm then going to drop the blueprint into here again because I want a second copy of it. I don't care about the pulverizers so much, but I don't want the rest of it. So that's you go there, and then we say, but not that one. That's probably far too slow, but I don't care. Not you. But we do need to increase you by like 40 and increase you by like 30. Oh, and I need to rotate these out of the way again. So I did think of a couple of extra things. How are we doing with your requests? On the way 405, okay. On the way 252, success. We have enough modules stockpiled in the system. It's really nice when these things just work. You request all this crazy amounts of stuff and it just turns up and doesn't complain about it. And Mike hasn't hogged all of the red belts. Space belts, yes, but not red belts.
Yep, too right.
It's underground pipes at the moment.
Oh, is it? Okay. Did all of those 3 pipes I was trying to put down in... Yeah, they must have done because I saw your energy sign starting to work. Awesome. Oop, that's all the modules. And here starts to come the rest of the stuff. So how
my thermal fluid stuff is now starting to work.
Is that because you're... So do you mean you've been waiting all this long for a thermofluid train to turn up?
Actually, in fairness, that was only 15-20 minutes or so. There was after the station was ready to receive, there was actually plumbing everything in, which was taking time.
Okay. Ooh, you're encroaching on the science park into science park territory. I don't think that matters. I don't think it's going to stick out that far. But
I mean, for a given value of encroaching, I mean, I don't actually think it needs to be any bigger than that to do the whole of material science. Maybe 1 unit long, so another 50% length again, but.
Hang on, you're saying you don't think your coolant system is going to need to be any bigger than that?
Not massively bigger. I have done some calculations.
Okay.
Remember that yours is huge, but most of it's not working.
Granted, yeah, mine. True, it's all gone to sleep now. Mine is huge because Astro is rather heavier on the demand for thermofluid, I suspect.
Yeah. But fundamentally, you've got a huge number of machines, most of which are just sitting there doing nothing.
At the moment, yes. That is going to actually does need some more fixing. Oh no, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
It doesn't matter how long you extend it. If some of the machines aren't actually doing anything, then it.
Yeah, you're quite right.
Yeah. Although in fairness, mine's got a problem because that there is missing.
Oh, that is an unfortunate piece to be missing.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I could literally just tear one up from. Oh, no, actually, I probably couldn't. It'll come along. It'll be fine. But for the time, actually, yeah, no, I could take. Yeah, exactly. I just saw that. I could tear that up and stick it in. But do I? Yes, I do care.
Mike, for your reference, using the 3, 5, 7, 9, or 15 pipes is more efficient. And for UPS and materials, because a 3 pipe costs 2 pipes.
If only there was an existing design that you could copy that uses it.
Yeah.
I wanted a design that actually worked.
So why did you make it like this?
This will work.
Why didn't you copy my design that works then?
I'm slightly concerned at the one gap in there?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Oh, that's tileable. They're not quite the same unit
Okay.
lists. So you tile.
Why-
Hang on, I'm trying to
So,
think of a way to make this.
so if you can tile the radiators and the hypercoolers together.
Why
Which,
does
Yeah,
that
so
matter?
tiling goes from there to there, there to.
yeah, I
there.
know exactly what you
Um,
mean. But yeah, but what about when you discover you need more of one than the other because it takes the radiators longer to run than it does the hypercoolers or
Uh,
whatever?
You mean what
Or you're
if I
producing
hadn't
cool
done the
from the
mathematics
other
to make it all
stuff.
work?
Yes.
What about the cool thermofluid that you're producing from elsewhere,
Oh, they should
from
go back
some
in
of
the
your
system.
science?
You probably want to put a limiter on that pump.
Yeah.
So partly to make
I
sure that
do, yes.
there's
I
room to
mean, yeah.
dump back into the into the huge storage tank, but also so you don't fill up 200,000 thermofluid because thermofluid is still in short supply at the moment. So yeah, please don't use the hundreds of
Yeah,
thousands of
that's fair.
thermofluid where you don't need to. Thank you.
That's fair. That's fair. So if that is
Probably the
less
same here as
than.
well, actually, to be honest, or swap that for a small tank.
Hang on. Bear with.
Okay.
Find fluids in the system. That one is less than. Let's go with. What we feel like 5,000 should be a suitable buffer. What was the other one you wanted it?
The other massive storage tank, the one that's going to have the cold thermofluid in it.
You'll want to pump out of that in that case.
That's true, yes. Which is going to upset all, but well, it's only 215 pipes you put down, but it's not too bad.
Got you. Yep, with you.
Basically, whilst these massive tanks are lovely, we don't have enough thermofluid to go around filling them up at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Otherwise, yeah, that's looking promising.
Yep.
As you say, Immersite though, but Mark is working on that,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
I'm very
it's-
confident we'll have that very, very soon.
It's financing matters can be done. But I am going to do that, and then
Although actually, you're only two sciences into doing two data cards into the science, so he's got another week to produce the Immersite.
let's turn my bots off. There we go. And then that. Yoink. And there we are. Okay, so that's now working.
Cool. As Tristan was saying, you'll want to pump on the output of that tank as well to just to keep the pipe on the other side pressurized. Because it's only going to fill up to 0.5%, which is not very high. 500 fluid is quite a lot.
Horrific.
But
Yeah.
yeah, you get no flow through the pipes, which would be extremely depressing.
Yeah. Nah, I get that. That'd be a pain.
Oh, emptying inventory
Yes.
tonight. Yeah, I mean, I would realise when I got over there in the spaceship and couldn't fly down in the landing pod probably. But yes, that's a good point. Let's have a chest of shame over here, and I'll put it in with the Astro science so that I can remember it's mine and remember to pick it up when I come back. Do I have a chest?
Yeah, that is.
I don't have a chest filled with my shame. I want to use one of these warehouses.
Hmm.
Put down another warehouse like that. And I should turn off my
Yes, that's
personal
a viable
logistics
system
now.
that should work.
Ugh.
I get that
That was a
feeling when I
happy
say
noise.
something's a viable system that should work as well.
Yeah, I feel it's worth pointing out that the reason my my science pack production over here isn't working is nothing to do with the thermofluid cooling system. It is entirely to do with the fact there's no beryllium here.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the reason I was putting off actually linking that significant data belt for a while, because that meant the beryllium filled up for the science packs,
Oh, I see.
and so it went to the science production instead.
Yeah,
'Cause
makes sense.
my impression is that they're in Science Park and then the other one, order from Cannons, just out of the way stuff was arriving.
I'm honestly
that's
not
a
sure.
guess.
You could be right. I put in an array of guns and I don't remember which order I used them in. But yeah, at the moment, was there any reason why are you not running? What are you missing? Nothing. Oh, Yeah. There's a underground pipe missing here. So the warm thermofluid isn't draining out of the science production down here. Are you missing that one as well? Yes, you
Oh.
are. There we go. Oops. Fixed. Well, fixed requested.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, my copy paste wasn't 100% accurate, I'm afraid.
And Mike is now claiming more and more underground pipes.
Don't.
And I've claimed a whole bunch as well.
I need a couple.
Okay, so
Got to go across.
I saw it
across-
actively increasing.
Don't need that.
Eh,
Those are
I've
kind of
put
useful,
down
but
1,
don't
2,
need
3, 4,
that.
5,
Or
6,
that.
Yeah.
Or
like
that.
10.
Pumps are
Yeah.
handy.
To be fair, I'd
Pylons
probably requested
are, I
more. of them.
guess. Space scaffolding, not so useful. Or that. Or leave. Those are handy, but I'll leave.
I understand my place as the best. I do expect to be on the receiving end of a certain amount of something.
Oh, no, I do want the guns. Guns, lots of nukes. Nukes might come in handy, you never know. Don't need an umbrella defense. I don't know why I have 2 module inserters in my... I do know why I have them, actually. Okay, that didn't do what I expected it to do. Okay, that's now brought me down to just useful stuff in my inventory. Let's leave at least some of the bots behind. And probably... Yeah, all of this stuff should already be over there. So let's certainly leave the stuff I know I've definitely seen over there behind. Let's take the decider combinator because that's the sort of thing I frequently wish I had. Only take 50 life support cans. Got some spare bloke burst ammo. That's lovely. Right. I think I am ready to go and put myself in the spaceship. And next time, come on, fly. There we go. Fly, you fool! And I can go over and start building stuff up, and then hopefully they'll be able to ship out the beryllium at an actual rate rather than whatever this pathetic. Oh, hang on, where's Mike parked the spaceship? It's not up here, is it? It's down in the cloud storage.
Yeah, it felt like a good idea to park it where it's
It is a good place to put it. I'm actually not. I'm not complaining about it, except that it was in a different place, and therefore I'd forgotten where it was.
What?
Right, I am in the spaceship. I don't have a rocket pod. That would be a useful thing for getting down out of space. Let's go and get one of those, and then I shall get in the ship. To be fair, I may malign him sometimes, but Mike is indeed the best Mike in this game. There we go. Let's take 2 space capsules and
well hedged.
Leave a spare somewhere. In fact, I'm going to put down a chest. No, I'm not, because I haven't got any. I'll do it by robot. I'll put down a chest inside the spaceship for putting in useful things like a spare rocket capsule and maybe and possibly some fuel if I had it. In fact, if I make it a blue chest, then it can ask for all those sort of things. It's all by itself. I'll have to stop flying. There we go. I'll have to put
There's
down
scaffolding around it so you can land on it.
Yes, I know. I in fact did eventually. Oh, there's a pod over here. A capsule over there I could have nicked. Okay, never mind. Right, let's tell the bots to put a blue chest in here, and that'll probably then push the spaceship over the integrity limit. No, my luck, but we'll give it a try anyway. I've got some rocket fuel in my pockets, and there's also quite a lot more rocket fuel in the rocket because I'm have the intent of sending a rocket back with all of the with some of the miscellaneous bits and pieces that probably shouldn't be over there, like rocket parts and anything else that's over there, and it seems useful. But I think this is probably otherwise once this arrives, at least a fairly good place to stop. Oh, that is even in normal mode, so we can get stuff delivered as well. That's really handy. So yes, thank you everyone for watching. We're going to finish off fairly soon, so I'll do a little bit of an outro now. Let's start off by mentioning the stream sponsor, because I forgot to mention at the start of the stream. That is treefuel.be. They will host games like this for you, so if you need a Factorio or a Minecraft or 7 Days to Die or Mindustry or 1 or 2 other games hosted, check them out. If you use the code Laurence Plays, you will get 20% off your first order, so that's lovely. I shall be back on Wednesday with some more streaming. We should be playing XCOM, and everybody will probably be dying because that's how XCOM goes. We all know what XCOM's like. Let's set that to 800. 500. I don't know. I can't remember how big this is. Is that going to be 50 stacks? How big is rocket? How far does rocket fuel stacks to 10, doesn't it? Let's set that 200.
Mhm.
100. Yeah. It's going to be a bit big. Oh well. That was a bit much. That's just going to fill the chest up. So, oops. We would also like to order 1 space capsule, and is there anything else you need in this sort of thing? Oh, we need some rocket parts actually for taking off and stuff. So let's have a few of those if we can get them. I don't know if we can, but I think it's worth requesting them. At least that way, if we're ever anywhere where we can get them, then we'll get them. So we'll ask for 10 of those. This chest is going to fill up very, very quickly. Might need more of them. It's a nice idea, but yes, XCOM stream on Wednesday, as is traditional. Tomorrow there is a video coming out, an interesting Factorio video that is based on something that someone on the Discord server designed. Factorio video coming out tomorrow for non-supporters. It's the one that supporters will have seen last week. And I think I'm running a bit low on GTA videos, but I think there is another one to come out for non-supporters that supporters have already seen on Thursday as well. So that's another thing very worth checking out. Friday and Saturday we'll have the traditional Factorio catch-up videos, talking about what we've been up to today, and going into a little bit more detail about what the other guys have been doing. Because obviously I've been concentrating on what I've been doing, because that's how these things kind of work. So yes, some life support cans. That's a good idea actually. I've got enough in my pockets to keep me going, but having an emergency pack of life support canisters in the spaceship would be a very, very good idea. Also, I'm going to a planet, so I won't need them there. But generally, yes, they're a good thing to have. I do have I have about 3 different additional video series that I want to get on with at the moment, and just haven't had the time to. But this is a long weekend coming up, so maybe I'll get some videos made then. Although we do have a few social things happening, so we shall see. But anyway, yes, there's always lots and lots going on the channel, so please make sure you check it all out. Does anyone have anything they wanted to have a quick show off of before we finish? Is there anything? Or are we all
especially
basically done? Okay, cool. Well, so I think it is now about 11:30, so I think this is a good time to end. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I shall see you on Wednesday. Where's OBS? There's OBS. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, chat.